maybe a slight edge, but I feel like it just comes down to the disciplined play, the just general play style. I know it can really favor some aggressive roams as long as it's played correctly, but that's the thing. If the attackers respect that roam and are able to deal with it accordingly, then all the advantages kind of slip away.
Heading into these bans, we're seeing very, very typical ones. You've got Nook, you're probably going to see potentially Dekebi or a Ying. And then on the defense, Solus, Azami are going to be some fan favorites as well. Banning, it's not a very big surprise. It's just out of a pool of certain operators, which four are these teams going to pick with that second ban? It is going to be Flores, so that is another one that you will see on Theme Park. I think it is favored a little bit more towards the dorms area because of the need for shields, because of the need for a lot of hunkering down that you want as the defense, but less so on some of these other maps.
I mean, I know for one the Arteo drones are very amazing for utility, but in a completely different way, Mira is also amazing in her own right with her black mirrors, being able to spot about as much as you're able to set them up for, being able to see even at times multiple full rooms, which is definitely something that Arial Arise is not going to want to deal with. And as you so said, the Solus being taken off the board just almost immediately.
Round one. Do you have a favorite? I know that you don't know much, but after what I've said at the pre-show, what we've kind of gabbed on about, anything that jumps out to you for some of these teams.
I mean, personally, I'm a big fan of underdogs and that entire storyline, so to speak. But I haven't seen anything so far that jumps out at me here. I feel like these first couple rounds are gonna really sway my thoughts of, like, that would be a nice win there.
And heading into this, we see actually no wall denial from Orbit. No Kaid, no Mew, no Bandit, which is... I'm flabbergasted. On an armory side, you really need to hold down those walls, and you can keep them closed a lot of times, especially with the amount of impacts that Orbit have. You think they would be gearing up to try to impact trick some of these walls, but instead, it feels like it's mainly centered around the roam, which could be favored on Theme Park, but I don't know. This one really could be a hit or miss, in my opinion.
They have that Oryx, that will mine, that Legion. That's going to be a heavy favored roam if they can set it up correctly, and more so into the palm of their hand. You know, with Kapkan and Oryx looking like to be the main heavy hitters of this roam. But Azami, BJL, sticking a little bit close over by Gong, slowly and very quickly, falling off a quick spawn peak, hoping to maybe catch someone.
Nothing too surprising early on. Theme Park is the home of spawn peaks. It is something you will just have to get used to. It can be very annoying, but Inrio is going to claim that first player of Reverse. He's actually being watched by the drone. You can see the Z-pings on the floor, but so far, he's actually able to get away, and Reverse will not be able to get refragged for the time being.
Be able to peek into Barrels, getting a little bit of pre-fire going on for Barrels' window, but will be shut down by Ashen as he slowly peeks a little bit too far. BJ able to grab another kill as well, quickly putting this into a 3v4 with just a minute ticked away of this first round. Kento with a little bit of damage onto him from BJL, and CZ grabbing a kill onto Kento as well to quickly cut him down.
And as the bullets stop firing, Arial Arise Academy, they're left in the 2v4, trying to find some way out of it. The Lion Scans are just going to be a little bit too far to really catch up on. And now BJ walking down the stairs doesn't hit any bullets, and Amp will take care of that, shut down the Azami, but there's still a lot more Orbit players around the site. One player inside of the site, and CZ really hasn't been taken care of directly above Amp. If he is not taken care of, this would be disastrous. Down goes your ace, down goes the diffuser, and now with it being watched like a hawk, there's no way inside of the site. What is an Ashen to do?
Ashen being able to get that Twitch drone in and pushing quickly into split. Able to see the Oryx, but Inrio is going to close out that first round of this series, having a slightly dominant win, but maybe a little bit too close for comfort on the side of Orbit as they slowly close out that round.
They centered themselves around the roam, going off of the site, doing whatever they can, and they got it. Their roam worked out because Aerial Rise was not able to get the refrags. They just could not really get anything started overall, and that's where Orbit just struck. If we see something like that over and over, which I don't think we will, because it is a playstyle that can be adapted very much to, then Orbit can start to take a lot of these rounds, but I think they are starting to change one. They've got Arial on the Bandit, CZ on the Warden, which would indicate that they're setting up a round site just a little bit more. And with Arial having to attack the Storm site, you can see they are making the adaptations that they need to.
Especially with Kento switching from the Lion to a Lion. A very bold strategy, to say the least. Being able to have those impact EMPs in pocket as well, with the Hard Breach Ace in the hands of Ashen. And Brava, which I personally haven't seen a whole lot of, but I'm sure and hoping to be able to see a little bit more today and see exactly how best to get those clutch drones on the field and working for attackers.
Levy, do you know kind of what the clutch drones are used for in competitive play?
Currently, no, I haven't seen much of her played.
So she is mainly used for default cameras. You hack the default cameras, and they are flank drones. That is really her one thing. And you saw Arial, they droned up the site, they were able to see a couple of those players, and you wouldn't think like, hey, let's bring a Brava, but on certain maps. You're able to hack cameras, get some good lines of sight on this map. I think should be able to get Dragon, could be able to get Arcade, which can be very powerful in the right hands of the attackers, and that is really what she is here for.
I mean, considering how important intel and just general information can be, that makes all of the sense in the world. Reverse getting a little bit of some damage and the kill onto Giddy, being able to open this up to a 5v4, and that clutch drone now hopping right in as Ambi takes over barrels.
And Wimpy hasn't been pushed out from the vault, and none of Orbit really has been pushed back at all. They're still holding beside Cafe, they've still got break room. It's going to take a lot for Arial Rise to chip away this defense. We're halfway through the round, and Amp does spot that little hole all the way over, but with the deployable shit in front of him, he can't take his eyes off of that for too long. As BJL gets into an engagement, I think Reverse got caught in a frost mat, potentially, and with Ambi going down, this might be disastrous for Arial Rise. A player does hop in the window as Reverse does get confirmed, but Kento has no idea. BJL is directly to his right in his orbit. They start to clean up a lot more of those kills. Ashen, just with a couple bullets from that MPX from CZ, gets finished off, and it's 2 in a row for Orbit.
And Orbit with a much, personally saying, a much better setup round than the round before. Being able to have such a dominant hold all the way over for Cafe and into top Arcade, especially on that long shot onto Kento from BJL. Or, yeah, I believe. Being able to spot the Lion walking through top Arcade, just a nice long angle that Kento was completely unaware of BJ's whereabouts and quickly fell victim to it because of that.
And we head over to labs, keep the Frost, keeping the Bandit, keeping the Alibi, who, with CZ and Inrio having not died just yet, I think 3 rounds, if you win 4 in a row, that is really the point where you start to question what's going on. Because I've seen a lot of theme park sides where it's been 3-3, a team's jumped out, gotten 3, and then lost 3. And it's really a momentous map. You don't know who is going to come out on the top, because if you start getting 1, you get 2, get 3, yada yada yada, etc, etc. And with Orbit already getting 2, Arial really need to get a door stop in this slamming door. He's going to close on them soon, and with this being their map pick, I mean, you gotta start sooner than later.
And I mean, considering that Arial Rise has, or at least Academy, has no here nor there for attack or defense, I'm slightly curious if this is more them leaning on defense rather than attack. Because as with the Most of Siege with the momentum-based mentality that you need to gain to be able to get these heavy rounds, these heavy runs of score, is so very important, and perhaps we're just not seeing that from Arial Rise at the moment.
Arial taking a little bit of damage. It's not lethal, which is still good for Orbit, because that means that Frost can just go right back behind the deployable shield, assume the position, and just wait it out. But it is Ambi who gets it started, takes out BGL, doesn't last very long as CZ gets 5 on the board, still deathless. And now with a lot less vertical destruction, this lab site could get a little bit harder to take. There's still 6 breaching charges that Amp and Kento have, but that's a lot of power in the pockets of these players who need to get a lot done, especially with Amp having those Selmas, having to look all the way down that Arcade Cafe hallway. I think Orbit only losing the Bandit but taking out the Buck is a much worthy trade.
Especially on a big map over style attack, with a lot of focus for upstairs, but now focusing a little bit more downstairs, having moving from office and control to down below for Dragon and maintenance. However, a little bit still going on upstairs as they're trying to push out CZ, I believe Kento at the helm of it. And Ambi taking a little bit of damage in Armory themselves, trying to get an angle all the way into bottom of Arcade to see if they can catch one. Reverse falling to the hands of Wimpy as well in a quick 3v4.
And more just not going the way of Triple A. You lose your smokes, you lose any way to create a diversion. And with not much map control, what is a defense to do? The good thing for AAA, Wimpy and Inrio, and now everybody at this point is on battered and bruised health. You could take advantage of that, especially with the frag grenade that is still in Ampi's pocket, and it's going to help you in these engagements. Down goes Giddy, down goes Wimpy, excuse me. And with Kento falling, it's suddenly looking like it could go Arial Rise Academy's way, but as long as CZ is alive, he has something to say about it. 7-0, and as Amp walks through this door, Inrio just pops right up, finishes the kill, and just like that, it is Orbit up 3-0. They get to go back to Armory, back to all the sites that they previously won.
You know, one thing I found interesting, we saw the kill out by that cafe hall all the way back into break room in that staff area. And we had CZ proned in the middle of that, who then got the refrag. None of AAA decided, hey, there's a roamer that's still up there, that's still causing a bit of havoc, let's get them out of here. Instead, they let them sit, they let them grab a couple more kills, and then just continue on their merry way. Which, I don't know to say that that was the apparent wrong choice, but they definitely did not win the round.
Bomb located by attackers.
Some changes though on the Armory defense, even though it worked out like really well for them. They make some swaps, actually bring up the Valkyrie, bring out the Echo, which indicates that they want to try to hold down the site, which was not a struggle in the previous one, but I think it's an adaptation to the adaptation. The changes that Arial are trying to make, potentially bringing out the Amaro, bringing out the IQ, that Orbiter saying, you know what? Let's try something else. And Wimpy unintentionally getting countered by the IQ, and with the Valkyrie as well being a IQ counter, it definitely stings a little bit for Orbit, so they do need to get a very big jump out here.
Over BJL trying to go for yet another spawn peek. Not quite working this time around as well. However, I'm curious to see what exactly Reverse is going to be able to do with the RED scanner, considering how much Orbit has on the field to be spotted by it, including the goo mines by Legion as well. Ambi getting some drones in, as well as Amp trying to figure out exactly where these defenders are hiding. Kento taking a little bit of damage, whether by himself or on a small tag.
There's the IQ scanner. Spotting the Valkyrie cameras, spotting the Yokais, and it means that the information is going to be sought out by the attack, shut down, and make a little bit harder for the defense to actually get anything done. Seeing actually the Z pings go on through would indicate that Orbit's got some drones abound, and with Orbit, now they hop right back up, maybe try to get an early frag, because that's what they've done in a lot of these early rounds. They have been eager to start out with an entry frag. And as long as they keep up that pace, they are sure to continue to get wins. As Ashton zips through that window into break room, trying to get the jump on somebody, but nobody's here, my friend. The door is open, but nobody's home, and Ashton just has to walk into the arcade hallway, still looking for some way to get this round kicked off.
And the roamers by Orbit are still hanging around. Both CZ and Inrio hanging around, trying to catch anyone by AAA. Just a little bit amiss and a little bit out of where they should be. Leave Giddy on that aspect as well in Drug. Just simply waiting for any sort of movement by possibly Ashen. Or it might be caught off guard by the angle as well.
Wall opened up by Amp, with a lot of Orbit players just sitting back on the site. They can do that. They've afforded themselves that. But down goes CZ. Arial following a good shot by Ambi into the player holding on Labs. And now that's an area that Orbit can no longer hold. And with a player inside of the site, this round is going from bad to worse. There's no way to deny the plant. BJL is going to be able to find one. So is Giddy, but caught on the run. Ambi finishes it off with a nice little pistol headshot as he's having a good game so far. And ooh, little fancy touch there, yeah.
But I mean, hey, you have to get that nice looking kill for your very first round. I mean, if there's anything that we're counting here for style points, I feel like that's gonna be it. Arial Rise Academy able to now take their first round on round 4, trying to put a bit of pace to Orbit's little run of terror, might I say.
I told you, though.
The momentum, it works.
Memento Orbit goes up 3. We're gonna see AAA get 3. I'm calling it. It's happening.
Deal.
And then on the defense, we're gonna see a team go up 5-4. I think Arial is gonna go up 5-4. Orbit's gonna come back in overtime, and they are gonna win Team Park. That is my prediction.
All right.
You can call it correct. It probably will not be. I'm just going off of trends.
I mean, considering the teams, I feel like between the two of us, you might have a little bit more information about them. So I'll trust your judgment. However, personally, I'm a big fan of things being a little bit weird, of being a little bit haphazard, off the wall, so to speak. So I'm kind of here for anything. To be honest, nothing I'd love more is a bit of a something akin to a reverse sweep to happen.
Oh, reverse sweep. We would have to go. That's only a 6-0. You can't really call like a 3-0.
I said a kid. I said a kid.
Yeah. Tomato. With Wimpy, though, getting caught out on the ally doesn't bode well for the rest of Orbit, as previously they died way later into the round, indicating that they still might have a fighting chance. But now, I mean, Ashen's just going to be able to walk in. Giddy having a good shot. That's the refrag. So there is an answer denying some map control. As Arial, they have to find another way to actually get inside the building and insert themselves near the site.
I mean, to be fair, not to be the equal of losing a teammate, as well as a gun, but a death is still information nonetheless. Kanto giving Orbit a bit of information as they take out Giddy just outside of Cafe. But even in death, with Siege as a whole, it is definitely good to be able to have that information of simply just where you died from, if nothing else.
There's an engagement happening. Down goes Inrio. As Orbit, they having to find some way to get back into this. It could be 2 rounds in a row. As CZ, unfortunately, just can't hit the shots right there. Right now, as he pushes into initiation. There was another one, but Amp actually finishes the job. Ambi's got enough so far. Amp gets a 2-piece by the end of that one. And as we go into the final round of the half, we get an inch closer to my correct prediction.
Correct. So be it. I mean, it's looking pretty good considering what you said last round. And I'm okay with it, but I mean, hey, if I'd be also okay with them running it up to match point and Orbit coming back. It doesn't matter. It's a bit of a seesaw for me. It doesn't matter which side's down as long as you throw an anvil on the other side and launches it back up. That's the fun of it.
Would it be Looney Tunes physics?
Yes.
That's... All right. Well, you gotta walk. You're gonna create a tunnel on a wall. That's the newest operator, actually, and you can walk through it, but your opponent can't. It's a castle barricade Surya combo that, boom, I put
however,
in the game.
Your push to talk doesn't work, and you have to text through signs. I mean, just keeping it to theme.
Perfect.
Moving into round 6, going back to Armory, see if they can make something work out of it. Orbit on their last defending round. Looking fairly similar, other than the Legion not being on the board this time. Instead, a Melusi. You'll have those Banshees as practically, not to say a different sort of proximity alarm, but so to speak.
The similarities in between what Overwood likes to bring and what Arial Arias likes to bring on their attack. The Amaru is kind of a mainstay on some theme parks' attacks, just the way she's able to get into the break room, zip on in. The hatches aren't as big of a play because, you know, there's not a lot of hatches in which you can actually get inside of the site and get a good position. But still, secondary hard breaches are always going to be helpful. With the Dekebi, I mean, we all know Dekebi. She's probably one of the most powerful attackers in the game right now. The DMR is going to be able to create holes in walls and in bodies, impact EMPs, and the ability to hack cameras and hear those defenders with phones vibrations. It's a pretty strong operator.
And considering some of these kits, Ashen's kit no longer able to be used as they are taken out by CZ, but CZ in response is knocked out of here by Reverse, as well as Inrio on the ground over, I believe, top arcade with no one able to give an assist. Kento having the ability to get the phones and cameras of Orbit on the two dead attackers to be able to provide a big tool. Whoa, okay, wait a minute. The Supernova with the brick is here. So obviously this is an Arial Rise Academy round. Enough said.
Are you talking bad about the Supernova? One of the biggest...
no, excuse me. I mean Orbit.
Or, well, yeah,
I misspoke here.
Yeah, no.
The Supernova with the brick, statistically and personally, is the best gun and combo you can have. Because, well, it's a Supernova with a brick. What is there to say?
Yeah, with the Bearing 9 as well. It's been kind of a mainstay a little bit with I think Amaru. That sometimes you bring that Supernova, you bring some close range action, and if you can control the Bearing 9, all power to you at this point. Wimpy is gonna hold
so
close,
much potential.
excuse me, with that Supernova. It gets wasted, and that does allow Arial Rise Academy to get inside the site, create a circle around this Orbit team, and BJL has no shot in that 1v3. And did I call it or did I call it? We're just gonna have to see if my prophecy comes true for the rest of the map, as Arial, they start on their defense, most likely will start on the Armory side, and we'll see how the build-up happens from there.
All I gotta say is there is so much potential with the Supernova and the brick, and I am disappointed to say, not mad, just disappointed to say the least, on, not to say the wasted opportunity, but the unfortunate circumstances that led to our favorite Echo with the being taken out as early as they were.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It happens. Sometimes you peek something that you really should not, and in hindsight, a lot of it comes down to timing as well. You don't know what your opponent is doing, and you hope that if you peek, you'll be able to get the jump on. I mean, with the Supernova, you get some close range action. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I mean, Arial Rise, they're bringing out the Pulse. I do like to see some Pulse. He only gets played on a couple of sites throughout like the entire maps, mostly on Villa, but going on to Labs instead of Dorms or Armory, I think they are going to go towards a little bit of a roam style game, but communication is going to be key for this team with the Valkyrie, with the Bulletproof, and of course, with that pulse scanner.
Ashen playing a tad bit aggressive all the way over in maintenance, having those black eye cameras to help him out on the roam as well. We're seeing a little bit of more upstairs presence than on-site presence, but I'm still curious to see what Orbit's going to have to do to deal with Ashen. Ashen getting a little bit of damage onto BJL, assuming, and the majority of Orbit now pushing to try to get Ashen out of there. Spots the black eye by the hands of CZ, and is getting their foothold rolling.
Ooh, Amp taking a lot of damage. That DMR from Giddy does a lot of damage, but CZ in turn falls, meaning there are no more frag grenades on the side of Orbit, and what seemed like huge possibility taking out an operator as pivotal as Pulse just ends up backfiring, and now Orbit have to find a way to come back from this 4v5. They're going to use their drones, going to use that utility that they have to try to close the distance in between them and Arial Academy, but so far, no one on that defense is giving them the opportunity, so
Orbit doing as much as they can to now try to get an even better foothold than they had previously. Arial Academy doing a great job at setting themselves up, trying to get the goo mine through the floorboards to help that potential push. Reverse doing what he can. Or excuse, yeah, I was right. However, Orbit still being able to now get that main breach open. They see the magnet on the floor, able to take that out. But in real, watching these deep angles to try and catch anyone by AAA a little bit off guard and in their gun sights.
Player hops into Barricade and hops right back out, but Ambi all the way over by the yellow stairs simply shuts down. The Lion goes for the repeat, but Giddy is right there. And now with the time starting to tick down, Orbit do not have the advantage here. They are going to have to really rush onto the site. Inrio can choose to place those breaching charges if he really wants to, but I really don't think it's going to bear any fruit with Arial spread all around that first floor. Inrio is going to do that, seeing if he can just maybe spot one player, spot the feet of Amp, as one shot would put him into the grave. As a ping is going to come through, spots the Valkyrie of Ashen, and the head is there, but BJL just misses, but Inrio is right there for the frag. And with 15 seconds left, the execution has to come. The black eye camera is shot out, so the defense is blind going into this execution. But with that pulse, they have every single bit of info that they need. BJL is going to run on into the site, but right now it is a feeding frenzy. And BJL was able to stay alive with the pistol. Props to Giddy in the bathroom for providing a distraction. I did not have faith in Orbit. Shame on me for that.
What a churn around. Was this, and for the record, was this the way you saw your prediction going, with Orbit being able to take this round?
I mean, it's 5-4, so we'll see. We still got a lot more.
I'm just marking it down, you know. However, Giddy, what a great flanked per se, to be able to get around all of AAA, to be able to catch all of them unaware, snagging one, almost grabbing the second to close it out, getting taken out of there, and then BJL being able to just nearly in the nick of time with, I believe, maybe a second, 2 seconds most, being able to grab the last defender to get that round. Just amazingly done.
Yeah, I mean, it's the power of the pinch. You set up some crossfires, you force the defense to do something that they really don't want to do, which is focus on one single player when there is 3 in front of them. It's a great spling of attention from Orbit, and as we shift over towards that armory site that much heavily favor defender site compared to drug and lab, still no wall denial, which maybe that's the meta play now. I would be very surprised, but both of these teams, they insist on having a lot more information, a lot more roam style gameplay with the Oryx, which I'm so excited he's getting the 1.5 taken away. There's always a defender or an attacker that has to be crutched on for the 1.5. It was Alibi at one point. It can go back so far, and now it's just Oryx, and eventually it will fall onto someone new.
It's gonna be taken back from Captain Ned. It's already a done deal. That's my next one. He's out of here soon.
I mean, it is already gone, I believe, isn't it?
Is it? Is it being taken out?
I believe the Capcan 1.5 is being taken away. So
Well, then I already spoke too. So I spoke the past into existence now. However, or at least for future updates, possibly. But considering with these walls being unelectrocuted, I wonder if it's simply the fact that they think it's inevitable. Kills going out by Ashen and CZ respectively, getting this into a 4v4, and a quick kill onto BJL from Ashen again, putting himself up a little bit more.
Orbit is inside of the site. I'm fairly certain. Yeah, they are inside of the site. And Arial can just put that diffuser down, because why not? They have the space, they have the time. C4 goes out, does not find anything. And with CZ just looking over split, he's able to get a clean 2K. Get a third! It's 4 for him on the round in total. And all he can do is finish up the one onto Kento. It's Giddy who snatches the ace away from him at the last second. CZ puts that question mark in chat, wondering, hey guys, you left the site wide open. What the heck is up with that?
Considering that it was churned into a 4v5, I believe, or 4vx, whatever, and none of those four were even nearly close to sight. We're seeing this replay now. Wamai was the only one in sight and was taken out first. And CZ able to grab 3 beautiful kills back to back to back, all through split door.
Things we love to see. Players go nuclear. With CC getting a good amount of kills on the defense, you start out with that on the attack as well. I mean, what more do you want from a player? They're up 5-3, one more from match point, which would be very, very good on them. Ending up 7-3, forcing my prophecy, of course, but it doesn't really matter. Bucking trends is a natural thing at this point for a lot of these teams. And if Orbit can win 7-3, I think that bodes well for them. Going on into Oregon with this being a less favored map by a lot of teams, you win the less favored map, you go into the one that everybody knows and you decided to head to, I think the odds are in their favor.
Also noting CZ's very, very impressive kill count, now sitting at 12-4. Definitely nothing to sneeze at.
My favorite dwarf. CZ the dwarf.
I'll be honest with you, I don't get that one.
The Snow White?
Oh, okay. All right. Look. I'm not a big movie
I
guy. I'm not a big movie guy. Even a classic such as Snow White.
Ashen falls with no more Warden, which means the smoke canisters, the candelas from Ying are gonna have a much more monumentous impact. Everything seems to be going Orbit's way. Ever since we swapped onto the attack, Arial has just not been able to stand up to the pressure. One candela goes off, another one, which forces Kento to back all the way up. Giddy just takes a little bit of damage from the bathroom and eventually is taken down by Ambi, who has hit double digits with that kill and is the only player on AAA to do that so far. Oof, inches off from finding that kill. He re-peaks it and gets a nice little 2K for him. I'm glad we get to see that from some of the players. Arial does almost lethal damage to Kento, and Kento is going to make him regret that. BJL could go for the revive onto CZ, depending on where he is, as Reverse, I think, took damage from a Capcan trap that Wimpy might have hacked. That's the only thing I can think of. Either way, it makes BJL's job a whole lot easier.
I'm still just waiting for the day that we see Brava kill a Capcan with his own trap. That's what I'm hoping for here. But considering this essentially now into a 3v1, BJL alone does not have Diffuser in hand, as Kento is keeping control of that. With a minute left, Valk Reverse being knocked down into a 2v1, BJL on critical health, having to run around the map a bit to possibly try and pick up that Diffuser that now both Kento and Ambi are trying to guard themselves. Things do not look good for Orbit this round.
Yeah, About BJL, you got quick reflexes. That's all you need. You're not competing against a 100 health player. You are competing against somebody who takes one bullet. I mean, Heavy TF2 said it himself, but BJL rushes on forward, and Ambi wins it out. So Arial Arise, they stabilize, hold down the fort, win a round, and keep Orbit from going on map point.
And simultaneously knocking your predictions into the dirt. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
It doesn't matter at that.
But considering that this is still AAA's map pick, for them to be able to keep this game going and possibly a little bit closer to their favor would be so very crucial for themselves, considering that, again, as it's their map pick, they should be the ones who are much more comfortable than Orbit
Attackers
in
need
it.
to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Looking at what the lineup for both of these teams are, we're seeing a wall denial for close to the first time. Mute. Funny enough, we have not seen a smoke. We haven't seen a Goyo. We haven't seen a Mute. This is the first time. We're seeing different things. I don't like that. I don't like change. It's scary. Platypus, what is going on?
I mean, I can't personally say because I'm not a big tactical guy. I'm not a big actual strategy guy. But I am a haphazard guy. So being able to see things so far off of the mark of normal is something that I absolutely adore. So I've been having a grand time this so far.
Yeah, seeing different things is always exciting. It's what makes the meta in Siege right now just very exciting, because you can bring anything you want and it would work 80% of the time if you play it right. And anything can work if you play it right, but it's such a flexible meta. It's great to see in pro play, in ranked play. Nothing is the thing you need to bring, and it's beautiful.
And then that's the amazing thing that Siege has brought, that UB has done such a good job, or at least in personal beliefs, that through balancing their operators, that no operator isn't useful in
A bomb has been located.
a single situation. There's always a situation where an op is useful. It's just up to the players and up to these teams to be able to find the best situations, as we've even seen Grim used. And a nade going out onto Amp, getting a little bit of damage, maybe ironic, seeing as it is a Wamai. But Kento is still able to grab CZ out of here.
And CZ going down for Orbit doesn't bode well for the rest of Orbit. But Ash and Ambi, they find one apiece, and now just the orange bodies continue to fall. It's desperation hours at this point with BJL. He's all the way on this southern side. Diffuser is actually going to be ignored, because at this point, it is going to be frags or nothing. Almost a flawless round for Arial Arise. One player's knee is spotted, another player's head is on the stairs, and you can see you have alerted the Horde, and it is coming for you. I am scared for BJL right now. He could not rest his head for a single moment right there. And Arial Arise with a flawless round. They turn the tie up the game, and now get ever closer to themselves reaching map point as a timeout is requested by Orbit.
You know, I don't think we could have asked or even seen a better representation in Siege of poking the Hornet's nest, with the entirety of Arial Academy just coming all around from every angle, through the floors, just shooting, trying to get any sort of pot shot to grab BJ's head, getting the hatch open, peeking through there, peeking out by arcade stairs, even dropping down to first floor arcade to put as much pressure as possible. It's just a beautiful sight to be able to watch them work all together to just weed out this last attacker.
And taking a look at the scoreboard, we can see who's the root kill leader for some of these players. With Arial Arise, you've got Ambi on top. That is no surprise what they were able to do on the attack. They already had numbers. ZZ as well. They started out with a good number of kills in the defense. So it's a good indication that you are going to have a good game when you don't really have a player who kind of hits a hard stop once you swap hats. So with CZ, they're continuing to do what they do on the attack. And the same with Ambi as well. And overall, maybe we'll see them have some really good games in the next couple maps, because sometimes that's what you have. Is one player steps up in map 1, another one in map 2, and another one in map 3. I think we had that for wildcard aces. There was always this one hero player. Will we have that for Orbit, for Arial or Eyes, or will it just kind of be these two going at it with each other all night?
I mean, considering that we've seen, at least in the second half, a lot more of a back and forth, I feel like it'll be a full team head-to-head here, rather than the more hero plays. I mean, of course, the heroes do always have their time to shine, not because anyone gave it to them, but more so because they forced it into, they forced themselves into the spotlight, both Ambi and CZ being perfect examples of doing so. However, we've still seen a lot from the rest of the teams, and just how they work together, how they use their information, and just how they generally each other.
In the Pulse and the Decabi, the dueling info operators, Zamp is able to see where those hearts are around the map, if they're in a certain radius. And with Giddy, I mean, the Decabi has been finding bodies. And I think that just dueling a lot of these players that aren't lethal, but I mean, 2 shots is really all you need. BJL is going to get us started taking out Ashen, taking out one of the 3 C4s that AAA had decided to bring on this map, and it was over by maintenance, not on that second floor that you might see some defenders hang out by. I think it was just Orbit taking advantage of a player who was not ready for an engagement, and as Orbit, they push over towards the western side, towards this dorms area. They have to be ready for a fight, as there are 2 players. Reverse, and I believe that is Ambi on the opposite side. They are just going to be ready to take names and take bodies to the grave.
Getting as many Z-pings as possible in the process, being able to spot, I believe it was Reverse or Ambi, on top of yellow stairs, being able to possibly catch them off guard with a few well-timed peeks. However, the push for Armory is coming out right now, as Kento has to now reposition themselves to be able to try and grab a good angle into maintenance.
Some zooming all across those arcade stairs. Arial and Rise, they're playing all together, and I think it's because they're just deciding to reconvene on the side. As a player was pushing into dorms, a player is inside a throne and is dropped to the floor by the gun of Ambi, who right now has a KD of 3. I think busting through the wall, taking a little bit of damage from a gun, I don't know where from, but they cannot run out of the radius of that frag grenade, cooked perfectly. And it is the equalizer that Orbit needs, or the one to put them ahead of AAA. As the clock ticks down, we get ever closer to the time of the execution phase. The attack has to get onto the site, put that diffuser down, and just be ready to take a gunfight. And Wimpy catches Reverse by complete surprise and takes a little bit more damage in the process. Kento goes down, and Amp inside of the site finds one, and he is left all alone with 20 seconds on the clock. Ends up going into the actual hallway itself, just to provide a different angle, but Giddy was ready. And with Orbit, they go on to map point, looking to avoid overtime. All they need is one more win.
And that was to be honest, I had no idea which way that round was going for the majority of it. Orbit did a great job getting that map over control, but Arial Arise did not stop their control, as they're able to push quite a bit, getting kills left and right, and even on a late flank by Kento, being able to grab one with Amp, getting the second kill to help even things out before eventually falling into that 1v2. It was really hard to tell throughout the majority of that.
Part of me is thinking about how we have this map, and part of me is thinking about how this could apply to the next map. How is Orbit on their attack, or, thinking way back, Orbit on their defense? How would this apply to Oregon? I mean, we're not there yet, but we're getting close enough where you can maybe start to shift your focus just a little bit. But I think right now we got to close it out. There's still a lot of time for Arial Rise Academy to get something done, especially with the site that they're on. Armory, I will always harp it, very good for the defenders. We'll see how they do on the site.
5 seconds remaining.
And heading back to Armory, we've seen it quite a bit in this game alone. I believe we have seen it. This is the 6th time that we've seen this site. So definitely a site that everyone feels comfortable on. And I mean, rightfully so. It is probably, I would imagine, statistically the best record site to hold for defense.
Yes.
So I mean, it all makes sense. The stats don't lie. However, running it as much as they are, even when they lose every now and then, it's very interesting to see Kento able to grab BGL, taking an Ashe right out of here. A quick early entry.
It's been one way or the other with Orbit. They've seesawed a lot of the time, especially with BJL, who's been a player to get the entry, but a lot of times has been a player to go down. And that is sometimes the risk you run as an entry is a lot of times you will be the player to get that first frag, to boost up your stat line, but then you might also be the player who dies first. And if things don't go your way in a map, you might end up being that player that a lot of people look to as saying, like, what went wrong in this map? Okay, this player was entry death, and they just could not get some fun, and that's not what's happening with BJL. I was just speculating. Sometimes that is what happens with an entry. And with the player sticking in the corner, Kento is a rat of the highest degree. CZ doesn't know where he is, Wimpy doesn't know where he is, and Kento peeks at the worst time, but he's able to get the headshot through the wall. Things are amended. It's immediately refragged by CZ. It's a 1-for-1 trade that Arial and Rise still stay on top of due to the fact that BJL died first.
I mean, just the patience overall by the hands of Kento. Just, honestly, I know I couldn't do the same. However, Ashen is going to fall to Inrio, pushing this into a quick, even 3v3. Now turn 3v2 with CZ falling to Amp from the opposite side of site. The majority of B site being relatively open for Throne. Reverse falling to Inrio as well. In this 2v2, Plant going down by Inrio in this last minute of the round.
Should he get stuck in it? Does. So now it's really up to AAA. They have to be the aggressors here. And with Amp, who is a little hurt, goes through the rotate, does spot the player, but just can't react in time. For Gideon, with Ambi walking in the site, he is the highest fragging player on AAA right now, but he can look everywhere at once, and it is Orbit. They end up 7-5, take the map away from AAA, and start off the entire series with a 1-0 map victory.
An amazing job overall for Orbit to be able to take that lead and extend it just before AAA was able to come back. Starting off with that first 3 rounds, just a very dominant bit for your defense, and then being able to extend it a little bit more as you get a little bit more comfortable on attack. Just really well done map all in general, considering this was Arial Ariza map pick.
And as we see that final scoreline, Orbit, like I said, they avoid overtime, won that one pivotal round that they needed to. Even though we had max regulation, it wasn't that nail biter that some of us were maybe expecting. We could still see that for map 2 and potentially map 3 if Arial or Academy wants to give us a show on map 2. We're going to head to a quick break, and when we return, we've got replays and stats for you. We returned from that short break, and you see the replays in front of you with Orbit. They jumped out to a 3-0 lead. It was AAA who came back, tied it up at half, but then, just like that, Orbit, they spurred themselves forward, able to grab that match point, and eventually win it all out with a 7-5. Nice little shot there from Ambi. So overall, it was a very back and forth map with Orbit at the end. They were just able to put things together, and one of those was this little round here, 2-piece from BJL, of course, with Giddy by his side. And that was the one thing with Orbit, is they were a lot of times able to put together a lot of kills together, plays that just, they synergize a lot more than it felt like AAA did over the course of the entire map.
They definitely did. I was watching even just how they interacted with each other around on defense and around on attack, being able to formulate their attacks super well, to be able to fully pinch off Arial Rise, and then being able to play those crosses on defense to really let Arial Rise play right into their setups, into their plans, and just basically shut down each attempt. And while it still became really close in a 7-5, Orbit definitely did an amazing job just limiting as much damage in every interaction.
Taking a look at the stats, you can see Arial Rise had 66% of the entry. Had 8 out of, not 66, that is incredibly incredible. They had 8 out of the 14 overall, getting that very, very slight edge when, you know, sometimes entries don't tell the story. We can see a team that can't really convert some of the times, and it seemed like that was a struggle for both of these teams. Honestly, they were able to get some of the entries, but they were able to also get refrags that are always going to be very pivotal when you just have to find a way out of the very giant hole that you dug themselves in. And clearly, Orbit were able to do that. Only 4 entries on the board, half of them coming from BJL, but even CZ, who went 1v3, ended up at the top. We were gassing them up the entire map.
And even as well as Kento, sitting at a 75% cost rate, which, as you know, is basically just playing the objective, staying alive, getting kills, and just playing for your team for the most part. However, unfortunately for Kento, it did not lead to that map 1 victory. However, swinging for map 2, Oregon, I kind of feel like this, again, can go either way. What do you think, Lyris?
I think the momentum is really going to carry over for Orbit. I mean, this is their map. I know that there are a lot of times where you can just have a game where you win each other's map picks. And Oregon definitely is a map that lends to that style of a series, but Orbit, they've been able to really find a way out of the entry deaths that they've been in around, like, I don't know, it's 4 out of 14. I don't know, quick maths like that. But in a lot of rounds, they don't get that first entry. They have to find some way to pivot, and they can do that, which Oregon, you have to find a way to do, especially on the basement site. When you're starting on attack, you cannot get a good start, but you have to bounce back, and I think Orbit could be the team to do that.
Especially considering how heavily structured of a map Oregon can be. Because as you know, these teams have been playing this map since they started, either individually or as a team together. And it's definitely one of those maps that by the end of it, everybody knows. Flores being the first span to come out, being very unsurprising, honestly, in terms of operator picks. Those Arteo drones knocked right out of here, as they are such good utility, same as the last map.
Is it going to be a Nook? Nope. It's actually a Ying, which is not too surprising on Oregon. On that basement site, you can throw Candelas through that E-box hatch, and it is a nuisance for all the defenders. It almost requires you to bring a Warden, which with that ban, you could still bring a Warden because of all the smokes that are on the board, the potential of a blitz going through the basement side, but now that lessens the impact that a Warden might even have in the first place, as Solus is going to be our 3rd ban, with the 4th being an Azami, meaning we are going to see more Valkyrie. We saw a plethora of on Theme Park. Mira as well was there, and we might see her again.
And being able to knock out those Kiba barriers, such useful utility for the defense, being able to edit and change around sight as much as you desire, giving anyone on attack a bit of a different type of thing to have to look at, something very out of the ordinary per se, especially when as the meta grows, as you see Azami played more, you see wild and very uncharacteristic things to be shown with her keeper barriers. I kind of love it.
It's more of the thing of she's got a very low skill ceiling in the ways that usually any keeper barrier you place will have some sort of positive impact on the defense. It can hurt the defense for sure, because it is not one way. It is two-way concrete. But you can just become really creative with her. Create essentially just areas that cannot be penetrated by the attack without frag grenades, gun sixes, a lot of explosives that the attack might not have overall, and sometimes it's just easier to banner outright. Deal with the Valkyrie and the Mira instead of the Azami, because there's easier ways to deal with the other two instead of that Azami, as we do see a little bit of a spawn peak with CZ, who was that main fragger for Orbit. He takes a little bit of damage, but almost nothing that can't be healed up with a little BJL boost.
And Arial Rise being able to take basement as their first defensive hold. Ashen being knocked to the ground and finished up by Wimpy on the Amaru, and very low health as well. However, with the Figa boost, that's going to knock them up to just below 50 HP. It's going to be very well, considering this is only just now passing about into a minute into the round. Being able to take out a roamer that early is such a big play.
On this basement site, a lot of times you'll see teams either hold everybody all the way down on the site, or there'll be a real dedication to the roam. And Arial, they are doing the latter and be able to find one, be the little refrag that they need for Ash. But unfortunately, they can't save Kento. They can't save Reverse. Now Ambi just has to retreat all the way back to the site. Find some way to counter the 3 kills that Orbit was able to get, even though there is one less set of frag grenades in the pocket of Giddy who is deceased. CZ is still here, ready to kill any person he sees, blow up anybody with a frag grenade as he has his eyes open, looking for a flank that isn't coming, and I don't think will, as it's just too risky to send Ambi offside now.
With Orbit now on the prowl, sitting at a nice, good man advantage of 2v4. They're looking pretty good. We're sitting at a minute left now, and they have all the time in the world to really set up their attacks. However, they're hopping every which way. They haven't dedicated themselves to a freezer push like they felt like they wanted to. CZ getting that last nade from the team side down through freezer hatch. And instead, Orbit's going to try for more of a possible bunker backstairs type of push. They have the manpower to do it, but Amp is going to shut that down immediately, taking BGL off the board with little but to no damage to go with it.
And that range of that Mossberg is always surprising. You never know truly how powerful it is, as Wimpy's just going to try to fire some shots through the wall. Doesn't connect onto anything, as both of the AAA members are over in bunker, and it is being watched by Wimpy and CZ over by that freezer area. Arial is going to now try to put that diffuser down, but just as the two players look away, that is when AAA peak. 45 seconds to work with. Down goes Amp, and now the Oryx has to get something here, taking a little bit of damage from that bearing 9. And in the pre-fires, I mean, they'll help you, but not when there's 3 Orbit members. And Arial pushes forward, confirms the kill with the bearing 9, and it is Orbit getting that first lead on basement of Oregon, a pretty difficult site to attack.
And I mean, considering how well they were about that roam clear. As you know, a roamer's job, being able to get some kills is a good goal to have, but not the most important thing. With a roamer, you want to be able to waste time. You want to be able to waste utility, and we saw basically none of that, as the majority of Orbit hopped right into the building, got a couple of kills while they were at it on Arial Rise's roamers and their main roam force, and just shut down every attempt that Arial Rise tried to get more of footing.
And I think they're still dedicating themselves to Pro. You still got a Vigil, you still got an Oryx, you still got a Mozzie, and you only bring Vigil and Oryx if you are trying to run. That is not a anchor. You don't bring Vigil because in the last like 20 seconds when they're droning outside, that is when Vigil gets his power. No, it's when they're droning out showers, and that's where Reverse is hiding. Just peeks, gets a frag, and then the round plays out. Still dedicating themselves over by shower. I think it is just trying to shut down information. That seems to be the goal from AAA. And we'll see how the round plays out, if that's going to be the best decision overall.
I mean, but to be fair, information is great and all, but if you're able to grab 3 early kills onto roamers, then you need information itself. Kento taking out CZ on a nice long angle, peeking out all the way to Bus from bottom right window on just a small hit on the window itself. Beautiful kill to be able to take out CZ, a big entry to really open up this round.
I don't know why Giddy just throwing that drone up and it bouncing on the window is so funny. It's a little trampoline. Dude bounces all the way back.
You threw it and it said no.
Yeah, it is a little funny when you're trying to drone at Big Tower. There isn't, I don't know if there's anybody Big Tower. There is. I think it's Ambi who's actually climbing up all the way there as I spoke. And that drone that Giddy used will be useful in that later round if they don't actually spot where Ambi is coming. As BJL walking down Laundry could be the first Orbit player to potentially try for a site peek, taking out the smoke, taking out the Kaid or the Mozzie, but they're actually playing on the site. And now a good ping, a good shot from BJL, and there's the refrag. That means CZ's death is not for nothing, as the rest of AAA, they scramble to get back onto the site and find a way to really counter what Orbit is bringing to the table.
Especially considering how Orbit is set up. They're still set up for a bit of a backside take, whether it be through back tower stairs or just through bunker itself. They also have a good presence for the laundry walk down, as we saw BGL do once. And looks like now going for the second attempt, possibly being watched a little bit more by the Orcs. Ambi all the way into closet with that 1.5 as we so dread.
Repping it, seeing if he can stun a potential heart breach that might come with Inrio, who, with the amount of time going for the breach, could be a little bit risky because you see Orbit, they're a little bit scattered. Maybe trying to go for freeze or maybe trying to go for laundry. They're using the remaining time that they have to set it up, of which Arial are ready to defend. A frag grenade is prepped over by Freezer, as BGL's just a little bit too slow to hit the shots on Ambi, who ends up taking more damage anyway. Here come the flashbangs to scatter the defense. There's one for Inrio and one for Wimpy as well. And spotting a player over by Pillar, Inrio just decides to ignore it, knowing his team will clean up the rest. The diffuser is going to get put down. The revolver gets one of its own, but Giddy has a better pistol in this equation. So Orbit get 2 now, and CZ talking back in all chat, knowing that his team has his back.
And it looks like the big iron on his hip is now the big iron on the ground. As they were not able to grab the kills. Kaid was able to grab one, and might I add, beautiful shots there. However, still not enough when you have 3 more attackers with guns well bigger than that, and one smaller than that also to do the work. You have to deal with in those last seconds, those last 45 seconds, all on an island. It just did not work for Arial or Rise, as Orbit will grab their second round and now moves upstairs to see if they can make something work out of it.
Dorms, seeing that smoke that I don't even think it was a single round on Theme Park that he got played, but on Oregon, he's almost a necessity because you need to waste time, whether it's that walk-in wall, whether it is trophy door, you just got to keep that attack out. That's why some teams will choose to bring a Goyo as well, because you can put fire in the key situations, blow it up, and just like that, the attack has to wait 20 seconds to resume their activities. And now that I'm thinking about it, it sounds a lot like a Molotov from CSGO. And what I was just thinking, what if they brought the smoke canceling out? Like, you bring out Capital, he's able to stop, like, Tachanka fire, Goyo fire.
You know,
I wonder if
I've
that'd be
thought
good
about
balancing.
that. I've thought about that. I feel like if that were to be an idea, I feel like it would be a specific operator gadget rather than just secondary gadget to be
That's
able
why
to combat
Capital.
that. Well, I mean, and that makes sense. However, he has fire of his own that would... It would probably also make sense for that, being able to then have to worry about nullifying his own fire with those smokes. That would definitely be an interesting thing to have to work into it. It definitely brings more necessity to pick how you use those fires, how you use those smokes as well.
It's pretty cool to think of. Theoretical balance changes are always an exciting bunch. Giddy spots the leg of Ambi, but those feet are just moving too fast to get a bullet into. But Ashen is stopped at a snail's pace like that. But Ambi knows that a kill was waiting around the corner with Inrio outside. And if it was found, it would have been detrimental to the Orbit attack. But instead, all 5 members of Orbit continue to live on throughout their days, trying to go for this Dorm's attack. The only real puzzle piece that has yet to fit into the gigantic equation is Kento over in kitchen. He's droned out and dealt with. Easy as pie.
And again, those roamers that Orbit is doing such a good job at taking out both Kento and Ashen so far. The only roamer that's made it back this round was Ambi. And a 1 of 3 split for roamers making it back to site with no real gain is not great. The time has been wasted fairly well, but still nothing that Orbit can't come back from in a 3v5. They have the man advantage. They have enough time to still decide what they're going to do. Toxic Babe being shot, and the owner being shot as well with another kill by on to reverse with Ambi falling as well, and yet another Orbit win. Very dominantly so.
CZ and BJL just got fed this match. Like, they are something else. And Arial or as Academy choosing to use their timeout at probably the best of times. It is very obvious to see where the difference is with Orbit and Arial Rise Academy when you just look at the kill spread. There is 1 kill on 4 players, and that is not what is usually to be expected of this team, to have 4 kills over 3 rounds. This team seems to be sputtering.
Not to mention on defense of all sides you can be on for an Oregon play. I feel like defensively you should have significantly better chances to make something work. But no, 2 times in a row, both the first and second round, you're able to get an attacking win as well as get plant down to be able to have that pressure onto Arial Rise. And then the last round was just a absolute slaughterhouse.
Yeah, and the more that you let Orbit get comfortable, it's not like Theme Park where you will see just the sides be swapped like that with momentum really changing on a dime. Oregon is a little bit more slower. Like, you might see a team go up 4, and then at the end, the losing team who doesn't have anything will get 2. So 4-2 seems a little bit more logical, as right now for Arial Rise Academy, they still have the option of a 3-3, and as we go back down to the basement, they're bringing a lot of changes, hoping that that will be the key to their success, but anything that they've done, Orbit has just had their own key, a master key, where they've been able to open up the defenses with a nice little snap, crackle, and pop, and really pick them apart.
However, this time around, we have Amp with the goal, being able to have those Vulcan canisters to be able to have a 20-second burn time anywhere around the site that they please, having that set up on walls, on the floor, you name it, you throw it down and it works. However, with Arial Rise, they're going to have to be not only alive and well to be able to get angles to trigger those canisters, but to be able to have the control to even get that chance. If Orbit is going to just steamroll in, walk right into sight, and just claim it for themselves, they're not going to get too big of a chance for that.
Oh, but there's something. There is something. The ignition that AAA needs, instead of getting peeked themselves, it's BJL who is gone. CC is right there to step in the monumentous shoes of BJL, but it is something. You make it so the loss does not sting as bad. And now another one. Ambi just gets caught there, and CC could find another one, but unfortunately Doc is just too chunky.
I mean, I feel like the wood door from helped a fair bit there. Amp getting a kill as well, throwing this into a 3v2. And the Doc stim pistol helping out multiple people, both Kento himself as the Doc and Amp, to fill them all the way back up health-wise. And now Giddy and Inrio having to work against 3 defenders. And time slowly ticking away in the process as they organize their thoughts, organize their attack, and have to make something happen. The X-Kairos being able to get something rolling, but Giddy being taken out by a long toss Nitro Cell by the hands of Amp.
And so now we just kind of wait until the end. See what's going to happen. Is Inrio going to complete the improbable 1v3? There is information, and he actually backs off as a kill may have presented themselves, still giving Amp a chance at survival. Reverse, taking a little bit of damage to the knee. He pushes forward with a shotgun, bearing 9 out. Could something be here? And Arial are smarter than that. They know that if they feed Inrio, he will gobble all of it up, and he backs off. As Ariel now going down to over towards that laundry stairs, that proximity alarm will give his exact position away, of which the defense can react accordingly. Pushing in fully into laundry. The Doc inside a freezer, taking it out, and now it is a 1v1 between Inrio and Amp. Inrio has not died. There's really no information on where this player could be, so Inrio, over by the rotate, is going to give his position away. And with a shot of the Vector is taken out, so a lot closer than AAA need it to be, but it is still a round win nonetheless.
And you know how much I love underdog stories? I was watching that, hands on my head, like, oh my lord. The way that Reverse is able to throw himself at Inrio, doing a wonderful job getting around the corners as much as possible, still grabbed by Inrio, and then Inrio being able to move all the way around, revealed by the proximity alarm, revealed by possible information from teammates because of that, still able to get on the side of Doc Kento, being able just a little bit out in the open, but just to fall suddenly short to Amp with the Vector.
Doc may have been the answer. All your problems is an MP5 and a nice little stimmy up to 200 health. The potential of a spawn peak could happen again, as BJL's absence was definitely felt. Even though CZ and Inrio were able to bring it a little bit closer, it was still a 1v3 that Arial really didn't play the best of. Like, triple running into rear stage, you don't really see that all too much. As Ambi runs out, his position is revealed, and he walks right back in a lobby, knowing that if he is longer for 0.1 seconds, he will get shot out. And Ashen should probably be aware of that too, as the drone is exactly watching that door. The ping is there, and if Ashen is smart, he will back off as well.
However, it looks like no moves by Ashen will be made. Spot from Splint, I believe Ambi hops all the way around. Almost being spotted, and CZ will grab Ashen as Ambi gets a quick refrag from the MPX 1.5 there. A nice long angle all the way through Splint yet again.
I mean, it was a good crossfire of sorts with the peek happening onto Ashen. Ambi peeked at the right time. That's probably the best time you are going to get something like that. Is unfortunately trading your teammate out and you peeking at the right time, but it makes it so you trade a top fragger on Orbit for, I mean, a C4 of Ashen. There is still one in the pockets of Ambi, so all is really not lost. As we focus over towards that attic side, it's going to be opened up. You have Inrio potentially opening up the walk-in closet side. Orbit need to really start the attack, because BJL on the white stairs could just crush this defense with the palm of his fist.
Barbed wire being the only thing limiting BGL's reach, but Kento, will limit that reach even more with bullets. Ambi following that trend onto Wimpy, but cut down as Inrio is able to find their head, putting this into a quick 3v2. Inrio, however, on very low health, whereas on the other hand, Arial Rise still having 3 at relatively full health, Kento being the only exception, but they still have Amp on the dock.
Attackers recovered the
And Kento's 5 HP from running through the wall isn't going to be enough to stand.
No.
It's going to be late round. You maybe take some damage from track stingers, because that's something you can do. Run through it, steam yourself up, and it's like it never happened. As Giddy pushing through Attic, trying to get some sort of a peek as nobody is presenting themselves. And now the track stinger going forward will give some information as Giddy is flashed from Inrio's flashbang. Attack has to back off for the time being, as that smoke canister is just going to be a massive detriment against the attack. Down goes Inrio, and with Giddy alone in Attic, all the defending players know that he is there. And despite Gridlock, she is a 3 armor. She is a dead woman walking in reverse, just stuffs that barrel all the way through the Attic, and one more until we're all tied up.
Giddy being able to experience that new reload cancel feature firsthand, trying to grab the head of Smoke, realizing that there's still 1 bullet in the mag, and having to full reload as Smoke runs around for the head holes to completely shut them down. Again, very similar to how we saw last time around, disturbing the Hornet's Nest, just really seeing everybody try to get an angle and stop that push, especially considering there was only 1 exit from that pit side, with the Kid rotate reinforced completely.
It's like what we saw in Team Platypus. Orbit, I go up 3 in Arial, they come back looking to win 3, but I think that the meeting site isn't going to be as helpful for Arial Rise Academy as something like Drug Labs will. It may have the certain win rates for defenders the same size, but it definitely feels a little bit harder as a defender because you have to hold rear stage, you have to hold up top, and Orbit have been very good at clearing the top floor, getting these walls open, and with no smoke. Surprisingly, Arial Rise have decided not to bring. They're going to have some other way, mainly kills, to stop the attack from coming.
And with meeting, it's definitely, like you said, it feels harder because simply just more things to keep an eye on rather than the other sides. Or maybe it's just a mental thing going into it. But also curious to see, we see a Thorn for the first time tonight. Something that I at least personally often do not see played too much. But being able to have those Razor Blooms set up in very key locations are good information of just general intel that, hey, there's an attacker pushing here. And if the attacker is ever so unlucky enough to get caught in it, that is a very big chunk of damage.
Yeah, it could be almost lethal damage, too, if it's in the right spot. We're seeing another little 1v1, I believe that's BJL and Ambi. CZ gets caught somewhere? I think that might have been Ashen, but we don't know for sure as it's inside of that kitchen. And now Orbit having to get something done. Ambi just gets caught between a rotate, and Giddy might be able to be saved on the outside as BJL finds Kento. More Arial Rise Academy defenders continue to fall, and now the site is free for the taking. Giddy gets revived. That diffuser can be put down because the wall is open. And with Amp over by the stairs, it's easy as pie for Inrio, who can deploy the rest of those track stingers, and the hunt for Ashen can begin, simply stopping Orbit from going up 4-2, and he's going to have to stop this diffuser from going down. He's going to have to stop the Horde from trying to take him down all the way over in kitchen, and the drone has spotted him, and it might be over for him very soon. Down goes BJL. The reload has to happen with the P10 Roni. It does not have a very large mag. And there's the pinch and the crossfire from Orbit. They clinch that round out and do clinch themselves a 4-2 half.
And an incredible job by Orbit, considering how deadly that P10 Roni can be in the hands of Mozzie. Even with a smaller mag size, just being able to use that effectively, aggressively, and be relatively mobile with it can turn it into such a detrimental tool against the attacking side. However, Orbit able to close that out nonetheless on a very, very dominantly held site at that point, being able to get a couple picks and then steamroll right in, and now moving for the second half.
If anybody is curious on what the heck is happening with GGG and West Garfield Park, I believe it is 5-5. With West Garfield Park winning the first map, which I did not see coming. They've struggled a little bit in SFCL, but maybe this is what they were preparing for. Yes, it is 5-5, so that is your NALCQ update, and if it ends, I may give you that update to make sure that everybody knows what the heck is happening with SFCL teams outside of SFCL.
Now moving into the thick of round 7, we're running into basement. Just nothing too out of the ordinary for a first defending round. However, we do have the Mira in play, being able to be used in the hands of Wimpy, having some nice angles I can only imagine to be the result of that. And nothing else too out of the ordinary. We see a Bravo as well in Arial Rise, being able to grab something going on, but BGL is going to open up this half with a kill onto Kento.
And Kento just walking forward like nobody's there, but BJL with the out of play position catches him off guard. Can't say the same for Imrio, and with less defenders on site, that means that the attack can just take what they think is theirs. Down goes Giddy, and a lot of these defenders are going to have to fill unusual positions that this early in the round you think they wouldn't be doing. Pillar is given on up. Amp is going to be able to find one, and now the bunker is cleared out. BGL pushing up. He's the only one to get a kill in this round, but he is no match for Ambi directly to his right. As he does get the drop down. The bullets confirm that he is inside a freezer, and all the rest of these attackers can start the swarm. They do that. A very quick round, and a very good way to start off a half where he started off losing.
CZ able to grab one, but then quickly shot down as the rest of Arial Academy has now pushed over and completely locked him into one spot, whether it's from the door or from the holes over on the other side of Freezer Wall. Each angle was covered to completely lock them down. And what a great round to start this out. Arial Rise trying to do anything they can to even this half a little bit more into their favor, trying to win these rounds and gain a possible lead back from the hands of Orbit.
And it's gonna come at actually defending the site. Like, you want to maybe keep a couple players on site. That's one thing we saw in Theme Park, and at least so far, it's one thing that we saw on the Oregon defense. I don't think it's going to stick. I think with the smoke, potentially with the frost of BJL having that deployable shield, they're going to hunker down a little bit more, and maybe that will actually work in their favor, because BJL did get a good opening frag. They continue to be a big starter on Orbit because he was not here earlier. It was Arrow, and now that BJL has replaced him on this roster, he's getting to a good start on this team.
I mean, definite shoes to fill, as far as I'm aware. Or they seem to be doing a nicely done job. Amp running right in, grabbing one, looking for a second. Possibly getting a third, and extending even further into a 5v2. Giddy falling as well to Ashen, and everything's been thrown on its head in a 5v1 with just now passing 30 seconds. Amp grabbing another for their fourth kill of the second round of this half. What is going on?
Amp built Diffie as the hard support to just say, you know what? I make my own rules. Crank open that wall. Let me in the site. Wow, Orbit, they are going to have to take, take a time out. Take what you need, because Orbit definitely needs that, as recovering from that is going to be an ordeal. And they need to do it fast, because Arial Rise Academy have closed the lead. It is tied up at, some changes are going to be necessary on the defense, and I think a lot of that starts with the Mira. It's a good play. On Wimpy, they still bring out the smoke. They still bring out the Warden. I like what they have. They just need to make sure that they're actually on the site, because that's what killed them on the basement site, and what killed them on the dorm site was they just got caught lacking. They got caught snoozing on the job.
I mean, great work to Amp to be able to see that and to be able to push with that in mind. And honestly, again, such a power play for the hard support to be like, yeah, you know what, my gun's good enough. I'll just run right in there. Grab 2, grab a 3rd, even a 4th with a pistol. Why not? I wonder if we're going to see much of that again this time. It's a very bunker-heavy push. The Ace Selma device going out on the Black Mirror to be able to break that nade, going down into Elbow, getting a kill onto Wimpy as well.
And like that, I mean, that's usually why you would have a magnet. And it seemed like nobody on Arial or his Academy even used a flashbang. Reverse is still is. Ambi still has all the smokes. I think maybe they used some ash charge, but I just think that it was way too easy to deal with Wimpy in that scenario. You know, don't have an entry from somebody like BJL. So what do you do in this scenario when the attack is coming for you? The time is not on your side in this scenario. CZ is going to go down, and BJL might be confirmed with the frag grenade. Is the radius big enough? It's actually Ashen's gun that gets the finish. The revive just wasn't there, but Ashen reloads, ready for the giddy run-up. There is a refrag, but it's not really going to do much when both Wimpy and BJL are down.
Pento falling to CZ as well, putting this into a 3v3, playing very close into bunker by that Shaiko Dark, immediately punished by Ashen, getting their 3rd of this round, possible ace in hand, grabbing the 4th, but not able to grab the 5th, as Reverse will help out on the cross, extending Arial Arise's lead for the first time, I believe, of this map.
What is Orbit up to? What are they cooking? No, nope, Reverse. You pee your pants. Nope, not. I see you. Nope. There's no tackle. They're gonna take a timeout, or that man is gonna pee his pants. You gotta make a decision here, Reverse. Which is more important, the bathroom or Orbit? So yeah, make the man pee his pants. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
that's why I don't drink. That's why I don't drink a big
priorities. One. I mean, fair. There's one thing I know about a gamer. If you're true to your game, you sacrifice nothing.
Use the bucket.
You sacrifice nothing of the game and everything of yourself to make sure you are in fighting manner. Whether it's a bucket, whether it's a bottle, you make something do.
Look, Reverse, I think maybe that's why he's not putting up massive numbers. Is he's using all his power to hold in the urine in his bladder. Amp and Ashen went to the bathroom before the game. That's why they are slaying Orbit right now. They are refreshed. They took a shower. I mean, in all honesty, this is the best example of why you should stay hygienic.
Maybe Reverse just needs to take notes. Giddy on a very far off roam as the Capkin. No EDDs left in pocket, meaning they could be literally anywhere across this map, considering how far he's gone.
And I believe I have received updates. GGG have lost, so West Garfield Park are up on the LCQ. They are going to continue on forward, and I think that's a storyline that we could definitely talk about when they play later in SFCL. Focusing on the game at hand, Arial Rise Academy, they go down. And CZ, he is going to reach that Ken kill margin. He doesn't last very long, as Kento is going to find that refrag. So it's tit for tat in this round so far, with nobody really jumping out and getting the lead, because, I mean, Amp, CC, they're both killers, but they're both relegated down to the bench.
Also, I gotta make note. I saw it, but I can't let it slide. Reverse has the Supernova with the brick. SMG in hand currently. However, the Supernova with the brick anyways. Arial grabbing a kill underneath the
by attackers.
the bed setup. And grabbing a second kill onto BJL as well, looking for a third on Wimpy, but Ashen's gonna be able to grab Giddy as well as Wimpy falls. And Arial Arise takes yet another round, 4 in a row.
Is Ace just like the Infinity Gauntlet? You
Yes.
pass it off to somebody and they just frag out of their mind. It was Amp, now it's Ambi. I mean, look at that. Like, Orbit has no clue what is coming to them. And it's shocking considering that they won the first map. They were winning earlier 4-2 and they've lost 4 rounds in a row. This would be 5, and given everything we've seen, nothing from Orbit would indicate that they are going to give a fighting chance in this round, because they've just let AAA walk over them in every single round. They've given up site control so easily, entry frag or not. It's a team that looks defeated, and I'm flabbergasted.
And I mean, honestly, I would agree that it is just the Ace now being on the hands of Ambi, as well in play, CZ with the Thorn, and Amp with the Grim. Very interesting to see, but my interest and amazement is slowly thrown away as Amp decides the knock is better.
I mean, it's a stable lineup. That's what you want. With Reverse still on the Amaru, deciding that the Amaru is just a lineup choice that AAA have brought. It's brought them good luck, because, I mean, they've won 4 runs in a row, and here we go. It's the rush from AAA. Down goes Ashen, so it's a better counter than what we've seen so far. Ambi is going to be able to find one. It's to counter that kill onto Amp, but it's still Orbit. They regain control. They stay in control for now. And that's honestly better than you can say for most of these rounds so far. Reverse takes a little bit more damage as he hops outside, but Ambi gets his second of the round, and Ace has been passed on to someone else. It might have to be an Ace, depending on what Reverse does here. But considering what whoever's on the Ace has done in the past, it would not be surprising. It gets 3 Platypus. It really is the Infinity Gauntlet.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Also, now Reverse being put on their own. They have the SMG in hand. They do have the brick in their pocket, but they're not going to pull it out. They're just going to tag Giddy just a bit, but not enough to stop the MP5 trained on their chest. That's going to be Orbit's first round to win in 5 rounds.
And it's a site that you say that, hey, maybe this isn't the best for the defense, and that's the one where they come alive. Granted, a lot of it just came down to Arial Rise Academy realizing that they have had the upper hand in all 4 of the rounds that they won when they were just able to run onto the site. They did exactly that, but this time Orbit was prepared. They were able to win it out. They go down to the basement, which they still bring that Mira and that Smoke. This time, they have a Jaeger and a Wamant. So that is something that I think is going to be much better for them. But we're going to have to see if Reverse holds on to the Montaigne, as that will be indicative of a certain style of push if we get there.
Definitely showing that Orbit is a little bit wary of those nades, considering how quickly Wimpy was taken out by them. Ambi's still on that Ace, and I'm curious to see if we're going to see another snap of the Infinity Gauntlet in this round again, considering how heavy of a force Ace has been in, honestly, just the last few rounds, mostly. I mean, they're playing him well, they're using his ability correctly, and they're just capitalizing on the defensive faults. It's just looking good.
The Rise are looking good, but one more round and Orbit sends us into overtime, which I don't think would bode well for Arial, because at that point, you let Orbit regain some confidence on the defense, or, on how things are, Orbit gets to go on the attack, of which they won 4-2. Either way, the odds may not be in your favor. So far, it's a much slower round, but as I say that, Ashen runs down rear stage, takes out Giddy, and just walks outside like nothing ever happened. It's the same old story, but a little bit more apprehension from AAA once they get that entry.
And what a great spot for them just to hop right in, snag Giddy, for Ashen, and be able to get out of there without taking too much damage. They're still able to keep their life with, or at least non-lethal damage for the moment. Able to get out there with their life and still get some info going on. And a heavy change of ops over onto back stair side Forbit. We have 2 and at times 3 defenders holding these stairs and bunker, just making sure that there is no foothold to be gained by. That was awfully cinematic.
From the top rope, it's the drone. All the way down to the basement side, where Arial Arise will end up attacking, as we see that Mira, who is still alive, not fragged out, as it seems like Wimpy might survive for now, with that very pivotal C4 that can be used later on. A frag grenade goes forth, but caught by a magnet, as another smoke grenade gets used by Inrio, just trying to waste time from the attack, and it's 2 down on each side as we reach 60 seconds left. Diffuser not in any pocket, and Inrio makes his presence known. He takes 2 with him, and unfortunately, the ace curse is not passed on to the rest of the team, as right now, Orbit, they do get that bounce back that they were looking for. We go into overtime, and they get to start on the defense with 2 rounds at their back.
A quite literal shot in the dark, or rather into the yellow, with that smoke canister being there, through the wall on just a lucky break to be able to catch the last surviving member of Arial Arise through the wall at just the right moment. Just impeccable timing, quickly preceded by 2 very well done kills back to back, and honestly, just a nice third to add it off.
I think the best thing about this is we just got all chat talkers. It's always a good game when you have like all chat talkers that aren't take it way too far, because sometimes you could just be mean and not be a trash talker. It's a very thin line that, when done right, is very fun. It's eloquent, it's exciting, enjoyable, all the E words that just are elation. I mean,
extravagant.
Perfect.
That wasn't a new word, but I'll let it slide.
Extravagant?
No, perfect.
Oh, okay. Oh, you got me there.
Yeah. However, we're still seeing a very similar hold for Orbit, as it worked very eloquently and extravagant, and all the rest of the E words last time around. But nothing short of perfect as well for them, being able to take that and hopefully able to do the same this time as well, as Arial is trying to get a more backside push through bunker and be taking a bit of damage on his own.
BGL just taking a little bit of damage from that Para 308. It is a heavy hitter, doesn't have the greatest rate of fire, but sometimes it'll do enough. Kento gets peeked by both CZ and BJL at the same time. They could just go back on the basement, and I mean, sometimes you can't really do much in that situation, and it'll give Orbit that lead as they can hunker down on the basement. And with the player just right outside of the bunker, CZ can't get that gunfight. One more bullet and Giddy will finish the job off for him.
What I'm loving to see here by the side of Orbit is how well they're playing off of each other. Giddy taking a little bit of damage by the back tower side. I may be mistaken. However, with the majority of the conflicts that we've seen with Orbit and Arial Rise, Orbit is doing such a great job at keeping these gunfights out of a 1v1. Whether it's a 2v1, whether it's a 3v1, they're all doing amazing to be able to put the pressure on. The X-Kyro is able to get on the mirror, but the down onto the Havana is doing just as well.
Should allow the X-Kairos to drill into the Black Mirror, making it almost irrelevant at this point. It is shot out as Wimpy decides to stay inside of the supply closet, still dealing chip damage over towards this attacking side. Ambi pushes forward, just a little bit too late to claim the kill on the player exiting Freezer, but ends up walking through Freezer anyway, unbeknownst to the rest of Orbit. Giddy tries to take the engagement, ends up going down, making it a 3-3. Wimpy, Inrio, and BJL can give Orbit the lead here, or Ambi, Reverse, and Amp can allow AAA to regain the lead that they once lost. Wimpy's able to find one over inside of Laundry, with Ambi still inside the freezer area, but the Laundry player of Wimpy was never accounted for. The washing machine, just 1, 2, 3.
And considering how well Orbit has been playing on their offensive half, now being thrown into overtime match point and their last attacking round being for this match point, I gotta say, things are looking really good for Orbit. Arial Rise has done a great job on their attacking rounds as well, but more so because of a shock factor, which had then quickly dwindled off towards the last half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Dorans, instead of the basement site, they're still bringing out some form of areas now. A Goyo, instead of a smoke, which does allow you to get a C4 on the board, but I mean, you lose the shield. And Ambi is bringing that C4 instead of the shield, so it means that if Orbit really just kind of want to go directly for the site, they're not going to have any trouble with utility because there's no shields, there's no cameras. I mean, you have Valkyrie, but those can just be shot out. You don't have to Ash charge them or frag grenade them. So CZ, Giddy, and BGL can all focus on finding potential kills with their frag grenades, with no Wamai or Jaeger. You see where I'm going with it.
I mean, I was going to say, I feel like what we're going to be seeing is a very aggressive type of defense, which was only proven to me by Ambi running out of main so fearlessly. We're going to be seeing a lot more aggression by Arial Rise on this defensive half, considering there's no shields, there's a plethora of explosives, and a small amount of 2 proximity alarms to throw around wherever the need. One still in pocket of Ashen, but overall, just the main gadget choices by Arial Rise just completely show what type of defense they're running here.
Oh, the frag grenade goes on in. It does a lot of space for CC to find the kill on Takento, giving way for the Orbit attack. Inrio does fall, so now there is no more hard breach, as BGL does want to go from the bottom up. Now without CZ, you lose one of your main players and one of your set of frag grenades. Arial Rise aren't going to really stay in the lead for long, as BGL does find one inside of that basement area. So there have been a plethora of trades throughout this entire round within the first minute, mind you, but nobody has really gotten a lead so far. Orbit's regained their map control, or excuse me, Arial Rise Academy have regained their map control, with Orbit still trying to get their say in.
And with time just now halfway through the round, Orbit still has heavy hold of the first floor, have yet to really push and make their foothold on second floor, but BJL with the floor nade onto Ashen is going to make that job a hell of a lot easier. Being able to knock one down, BGL falling to Reverse, pushing this into an equal 2v2 with just a minute left.
And Wimpy walking up the stairs, keeping his eye out for any black eyes that might just be around, because this late in the round, those are everything. Information is power once you get into these key 1v1, 2v2 scenarios. Valkyrie is spotted, so Wimpy is just going to throw a lot of rounds through the attic and the trophy door, but Reverse is just hiding behind that reinforced wall. Actually going to go back inside of the site itself, but Amp, he's able to find 2, and we go to max overtime. Orbit get one more shot to close us out on the defense.
Orbit's their main regulation attack patterns and statistics mean absolutely nothing, as Arial Rise takes the possible disadvantage given the map and given how these teams have been playing and they've thrown it out the window. They've won their round, pushing this to 7-7. Now they're on defense, running second floor again. Orbit running second floor again. It was very interesting in general that Arial Rise went second floor rather than basement, but considering it worked out so well for them, I don't think I have much room to talk.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm really liking in this game? Look at the kills on everybody. Ambi 14, Ashen 14, Amp 12, Inrio 11, BGL 11, CC 15. It is a frag fest. But it isn't one where you're just seeing one team really take everything. It is a lot of players on both sides making this a close game. And as we go into the final round of Oregon, it's a toss-up. A lot of pressure is being put on whoever gets that first entry kill. And a lot of times when Orbit's been on the defense, it has been them to strike first, leave AAA wounded and fighting for their life. So CZ on this roam, there's so many eyes on him to get the job done.
We're seeing something very similar to the defenses that we've seen for upstairs. We see the smoke, we see the Wamai, we see a Jaeger, we see a Mute, and a Frost. Nothing that we haven't seen by Orbit for this defending site as well. However, a very similar attack setup, bringing the Doke, as well as we've seen quite a bit on Arial Rise's attacking side, and Ambi on the Ace, which they might be able to flex that Infinity Gauntlet once more, given the time is right.
It's Inrio taking a little bit of damage through that barricade due to the DMR of Reinforced. We'll see that comes back to bite him later on, and nobody has really done too much yet with AAA starting to walk through this trophy area. The shield is going to be their main obstacle as the frag grenade is sorting on through, taking out the shield and making it a little easier to try to get this wall open, as Inrio is the first casualty, leaving a smokeless defense. BJL is going to follow, and Orbit might be buckling under the pressure of max overtime, and it is going to take a lot from them, or somebody, a singular person, to get the job done in the 5v3.
And with Smoke being the first off of Orbit to fall, BGL and the Frost quickly following after. However, the Smoke being off the board is such a heavy blow. Wimpy able to try and fix that a little bit by grabbing a kill onto Amp, but Wimpy's going to fall to Ashen as well in a 4v2, Giddy taking a lot of damage, putting him really worse for wear inside of Kid's bedroom, being held by every which way. Kento on the big window trying to catch either one of these two remaining defenders in a spot that they can grab them, and Giddy will be the first to fall in that way. CZ being able to grab one, going for the second, but no! Arial Arise will map two on just the brink of falling away.
Oh, a lot of heat coming Orbit's way. They had the lead, they had a second chance with overtime, and instead they have to try their shot again on Villa, which Arial Rise Academy, they went to max overtime last week against Arial Rise, lost, but you know that they are coming for blood in this last one. So Orbit, I think they can take a lot of time to regroup, gather their thoughts, because you know they have a lot to think about.
I mean, what don't they have to think about at this point? They had an incredible play in regulation. Even their first half, they did such amazing job on attack, being able to put the pressure all on Arial Arise. However, they immediately fell off to Arial Arise's attack when they just basically steamrolled. They got that rush, they got the shock factor in, and they got into Orbit's head for the time being. Orbit was able to finally bring it back just a little bit towards the end, putting it to match point and going into the overtime, which unfortunately for Orbit did not churn out the way they wanted.
Yeah, so a little bit of time before our last map. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll have stats, replays, and of course, that climactic third map after the break. We've returned from the break, and map 2, you see on the replays of what was initially a very one-sided affair with Orbit jumping out. They got the 3-0, and then they made it a 4-2 after Arial Academy maybe started to make their name known. And just like that, once the side swapped, it was all Arial Academy until overtime, of which at the end it was AAA. We're able to claim victory at the last second. And now we head into map 3. Villa will be our decider to who goes to the SFCL Season 6 playoffs and who will have to go to that final decider match at the end.
Honestly, I'm really excited for this because, like I said before, there is no better map, at least in my opinion, for this last map to go for. It's a map everyone knows. It's a map that requires good, solid, and decisive planning for defense and attack, and overall just a lot of aggression in able to make it work in their own way. Or on the very offside, which, to be fair, I don't think we're going to be seeing anything from these two teams that aren't remotely aggressive, especially considering what we just saw.
Enough. I'm looking at the standings, and both of these teams, one of them will have to play 3 best of 3s if they want to make SFCL Season 6 playoffs, which is it is a lot to be playing that many best of 3s. But as we take a look at the stats, you can kind of see why Arial Academy were leaders. Ashen, 4-4 on the entry, 80%. KOST, him and Ampy were getting things done in terms of kills, of course, with Amp by their side being 13-9. That always helps, but they were just a step above Orbit.
Or on Orbit's side, CZ being able to take charge for his team, leading them 16-13 on a 3-2 entry, and just slowly followed by Inrio and BGL, both at 11 kills to follow up and give some support.
And support is always what you need with KOST. I mean, that is the kind of quote-unquote support stat that if you're looking to maybe be a good stat player as a support, that is what you look to as. Right now, we go to Villa, we can start talking about that, and based off of what you've seen so far from these two, with the powerful aggression of AAA, with Orbit maybe not having the most consistent of momentum, who is your pick for map 3?
Well, that's the thing. I feel like we're going to see one of a couple things, right? They're going to see a very aggressive defense with a lot of heavy roaming, a lot of heavy time wasting for the attackers. Or we're going to see an absolute sweep of roamers with the overwhelming attack power that both of these teams certainly possess. Arial Academy has been doing a great job at showing that off, but Orbit has been doing an amazing job themselves, showing how consistent and how prevalent their attacks and defenses are for those roam clears and roams respectively.
And we take a look at the sides, which honestly, it's been pretty important overall to decide who's been the leader to begin with Orbit on the defense. They started out somewhat okay in that first map, and then in that second map, it just kind of crashed all the way down. And for Arial Academy, I do not think they are going to be able to pull out the same strategies that they did in the second map with that very fast speed of get in the site within the first 30 seconds, because Orbit surely they've read into that at this point and would be prepared for it, right?
I mean, I can only assume that they're going to be prepared. However, like I said, with this map, it can really go either way with how these teams want to interpret it. Doke's going to be the first ban on the board, thank you to Orbit. And the second coming out from Arial Arise is going to be a Flores. Honestly, for both of these so far, no real surprise.
Yeah. With Flores, I think he's even more powerful on Villa than something like Theme Park, because you need to destroy those shields watching Study. You need to destroy those shields from Astro. There's a lot of very important utility that can be destroyed with those Roteros and the defensive ban. Zombie, Solus. It's got to be.
I mean, I can only imagine. The only thing I can think of at this point would be a Val, maybe? But no. It's the Solus. Let's be honest, what else is it going to be?
Oh yeah, it's always soulless. With some teams, they just prefer to take her out, not have to worry about their drones getting spotted out, because that is one of the things she's just very good at, is making sure drones have no place inside of the site or hunting down any of those players. And as we get started on map 3, Aviator Games is going to be the first site of which Orbit head to, and they bring out some pretty consistent operators. The Thorn could maybe be an operator that is designed to stop some of those rushes, but with that Thorn gadget and that shield, sometimes it's just nice to have a little bit of a proximity alarm like that.
I mean, from what I can tell, we only see Thorn played by either of these teams so far when it's a strat on a very specific site that very specifically calls for her kit and utility, where it's going to be the most useful. This time we're seeing AV, and it looks we're going to be seeing the Thorn all the way over stat side, which I can only imagine, like you said, with that shield, with the Razor Bloom devices, to be able to help stall just a little bit to force Arial Arise to make a more dedicated move and have to stick with whatever they're going with.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just need to stick with what you got, but sometimes you need to realize when you're doing something that's not working. I think that striking the fine line between those is always going to be the hallmark of a good team. So far, AAA have not stopped sprinting. And I don't know if they will be stopping to sprint throughout the entire thing. Getting some stat pings that right now AAA have a 62% win rate on Villa attack. So, you know that they might be ready to gun for this one. Ashen is going to be able to find one. I said Orbit would be ready for it. I was maybe trying to hope that they would, but clearly Orbit were not prepared for it, because their roamers fall apart like a newspaper in water, and just like that, it leaves all of these 3 other defenders to pick up the pieces.
I mean, I feel like maybe potential wishful thinking that Orbit can try to make something happen, whether off the rip or halfway through this round at their man disadvantage. But Arial Arise is looking pretty good, and even better as CZ falls, as well as Wimpy, both to the hands of Ambi, with Kento grabbing the last.
Well, we might see this go a couple of ways, Platypus. Maybe like you said, or maybe just Arial Arise Academy time, baby. Hey, nothing Orbit did there. Like, they set up shields, it was shot out by Ambi. They tried to set up the site, it was just walked in by Arial Arise Academy, with Orbit trying the exact same site with the exact same operators. And yes, a lot of that lack of a defense comes from how they set themselves up and how they were mentally prepared for the actual attack. I mean, Legion, maybe? A cap can instead of a Thorn? I don't know if I like the same line.
I can only imagine they're keeping that Thorn because of that shield. But keeping that in mind, there's gotta be anyone else they can bring for that shield if they want some different sort of setup. I can't think of any solid examples currently. However, there does have to be something that they can do that might possibly be a little bit more useful than the Thorn. Or maybe just perhaps placing those Razor Blooms slightly differently, slightly for a separate sort of attack, but who knows?
Ambi is going to go for Art. He's not going to stop, is he? Yeah, no. He's going to run in, going to be assisted by the drone of Ashen. I am keeping my eyes on him. No way.
He almost
Okay.
He almost grabbed CZ as well. Good lord. Just the timing on that for CZ to get out of there may have been simply for the better of Orbit. And I say that as Giddy falls to Ashen, CZ able to get the refrag, but just before Ambi is going to catch them as well. On an absolute tear here as BGL is able to take out Kento, bring this into a 3v3 with just 2 minutes remaining of round 2. The entirety of Arial Academy is getting into sight and getting a good foothold.
How does this happen? How do you just let Ambi walk into your sight? It was only a matter of time before he claimed one. With Arial going down, Orbit are crumbling. Like, they had somewhat of a solid structure on Theme Park. There was some stability left on Oregon, but on Villa, in these first 2 rounds, they just look defeated, decimated, and their defense really is not standing up to anything the AAA attack is bringing in. I'm worried because Orbit have a 17% win rate on the attack. They have won 1 round. So, this is looking scary, Platypus.
I mean, that's the thing about best of 3s and even going further with best of 5s. With how heavy of a mental battle it can be, even almost more so than the battle against your opponent. It is simply fighting your own mind to stay in your element, comfortable, to stay in the zone, and to be able to keep that mentality and keep that position in your own mind to be able to perform well. And I feel like that's just what we're seeing by Arial Rise. Whereas Orbit, it's letting it slip, and it's definitely showing.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things where it's who they have on their team, though. You can't really say that they're not used to the best of 3s. I mean, NAL, you gotta be ready to run the gauntlet sometimes with the best of 3s. Wimpy has done that. Challenger League has gone through some best of 3s, and sometimes it is definitely not lack of experience on their side. It is just, maybe it's the time of night. Maybe they've had a bad day.
Experience aside, mental battles can be their own deal entirely. Whether you're used to something or not, there is still a time and a place that it will start taking its toll. And I mean, it goes for everything, but this Oh, hold on a minute. All right, that's more what I expected. Amp on a very, very risky move, cut down by Inrio, being taken out by Ambi in the meantime, but Ambi being taken out by CZ in response. A quick 2v4 to give Orbit possibly the break they've been needing, but Wimpy, my only question is why?
Adrenaline, emotion, all of that. And in real, what had the greatest crosshair placement that he could have does refocus, and the Frostman claims that final player, so a little bit of a retraction. Orbit, they did prepare in that round, brought the Ellis shotgun, brought the Frost mats. Anyway, Kento, nice try with the window hop out. As we head into Aviator games again, and this was the abject failure of an Orbit defense the last times we were here.
Rose, I don't know. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what last round was.
You just gotta get used to it sometimes. That it is just...
Oh no, trust me. Like I am totally here for it. Just process of watching that rappel down the skylight, watching that run out with the faux 12. Just watching all of Orbit having the ability to make something happen, letting it slowly slip just because they felt like it, and then still ripping it away from Arial Arise because of a Frost mat? What?
Yeah, I'm surprised Kento didn't shoot it, to be fair. Like, it seems like it's, at one point, they have a Frost, you just gotta look down and take a couple shots. But I think we're just kind of nitpicking at this point that overall it was a very loosey-goosey round, just like all of Arial Rise Academy really has been the entire time they've been on the attack. And if they can take a good amount of rounds away from Orbit, force them to have a good attack, or perish, and they'll be in the driver's seat.
And I mean, that's the thing. If you let a single team run the match for as long as you've let Arial Arise do this time around, then, well, of course, the entire match is going to be that loose vibe, that very almost carefree type of attitude of match that we saw a absolute spotlight of last round.
Imagine aiming towards the stairs that we've seen a player be on in a lot of these rounds, aided by the shield, but not really making a sound. But CZ is not moving from this position. A drone is going to spot that player, and now the shield, Ashen just misses. Can't hit the shots, and now with that shotgun of Wimpy taking out the player on the rappel, it doesn't, but it won't even need to at this point, as the damage has been done to the AAA attack. And a moment to regroup for the Arial Rise attack. A little atypical. They've been on it tonight, but unfortunately Ashen just wasn't there when they needed him.
BGL getting an amazing kill on to reverse through the flashbang, and now thrown into a 1v5 with Kento on critically low health. I wouldn't be surprised if Arial Rise took the rest of this round to talk about more about just everything that's going on, everything that they can try and fix, but considering it's Arial Academy, I also wouldn't entirely be surprised if they just said, whatever, and hopped in. Or it does look like they're going to use this now impromptu timeout to really think themselves through and figure out what exactly they want to make happen.
How are we going to use this next minute? What are we going to... How was your day?
My day was wonderful. I got off of work, realized that I have been scheduled to be here with my lovely co-caster on a very short notice, and I went, all right, well, when in Rome, despite being in the Midwest. Well, how are you?
I had jury duty this morning.
Oh, okay. Do tell as much as you're legally allowed, please.
I got up, drove there, sat on a court bench for 3 hours, and watched RRR on Netflix. Very good movie. You should watch it. And then I went home. I did not get asked any questions, and I did nothing for 3 hours this morning. It was very enjoyable.
So, like, you went to jury duty, but didn't have to
I did nothing.
Do jury things?
Nope.
Huh.
I clearly I am not the ideal juror, so.
Well, I mean, hey, if you don't have to do jury duty again because of that, well, then more power to you. I still have yet to have that thrown my way. Also, we did see the one kill onto Wimpy throughout that beautiful slow-mo catching.
Thank you, Say. Appreciate all your hard work on production.
Highlighting the only real important thing going on.
So one of the things about the slow-mo is it gets its impact from the amount of times you use it. So like you can really only use it like once a series. And you saw that on Charlotte when a couple of people who do prod on Blast were there. And basically they used it. It was really cool. So we got our slow-mo usage for this series of SFCL. It was that. Wimpy jumping out with 4 seconds left in a 1v5. True masterpiece.
It's like a PG-13 movie only allowing one real swear word. It's us.
We get one real slow-mo.
We get one slow-mo. That's all you get. You gotta make use of it. You gotta make sure it's the right time and it fits.
Heading into this 5th round with Arial. I mean, they had the first 2 rounds, but with Orbit bouncing back, they have claimed 2 rounds of their own, and now looking over to Kitchen with a very roam-heavy site. To see Wimpy still on that Ella, you still have that Capcan explosive trap power of Inrio, Giddy, and CZ. And I guess maybe BJL's Goyo canisters could be considered a trap in some universe, but the area denial is really going to be more pivotal as they don't have a smoke or Tachanka, nothing like that.
Also, Ashen getting a little bit of use out of those clutch drones as mostly from what it appears to be just general info. Being able to use those essentially as 2 additional drones simply just for information. They're just a little bit chunkier. We're seeing that right now with the clutch drone on the ground, getting some Z-pings onto defenders lying unaware. Capcan, I believe, Giddy. And to be able to be pushed out just a bit, getting a little bit of damage. However, Ambi not able to finish the job.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
In goes Ambi with the assistance of the yellow ping, but Giddy is going to be able to find that first frag. Barely still alive after that engagement, but still alive nonetheless. And now you take away half the frags, the top fragger of AAA, and going up against this team with how the game started, how you are statistically... They are 50% on the defense, Orbit is. So overall, if they can match that with the entire vibes of this series so far, Arial Eyes have really taken everything in their corner. But in these last couple rounds, Orbit have come storming back, but that could be changed with Kento inside of the site. CZ is not down, and Giddy just peeks like that, taking out the player inside of the site. Didn't last very long, so Orbit, they're back in the driver's seat.
I mean, I feel like this is a bit too early to say, but I feel like this is looking more and more like an Orbit round. Caster's Curse, everybody. The nade coming out onto CZ, body reverse, but the kill in response onto Amp, and then eventually reverse to put this into Orbit's hand, leading the map for the first time for map 3. And now they get to run their momentum with a guaranteed 3-3 of this half and a potential 4-2. Excuse me.
Everything gumming up their way, and they have to end it on the trophy statuary area. I mean, the lineup's working. Don't mess with the recipe. Ella, Legion, Capcan, Goyo, Thorn. Ever since Wimpy just got that FO12 shotgun, he has not gotten off of it, despite the fact that he has not gotten a kill with it. He's still applying the pressure, the suppressing fire that you can do.
I think it simply is just that intimidation. Is there not anything aside from fuse cluster charges going out that is more terrifying than the unrelenting slew of bullets coming at you with the sound of a faux 12? You just can't beat it. That as an attacker, you know hell awaits, and you know you have to push into that, or it's pushing into you, and one way or another, someone is going to die.
I mean, it'll happen one day or the other. It's gotta happen with Wimpy just staying on Ellis, staying on the FO12. Surely, an unsuspecting AAA player will walk into his line of sight.
I got really concerned for a second. I was like, oh man, she's going really existential with this one.
Oh. No, that was not the existentials. That was just a AAA player at one point is going to get a little bit lazy. And Wimpy will eventually find a kill.
It's going to happen. It's bound to happen one of these days. However, moving for round 6 with this statuary hold over almost a minute now into this. No kills, only a tad bit of damage onto Amp. Claymore going out for that bathroom run out. Should Wimpy decide that is the best course of action yet again. And drones going out every which way to get a little bit of info on where these defenders might be lying in wait.
Ashen over on the window. Oh, he spots a player on the rotate. It's just a little bit too far, but Ambi gets one. Now is Wimpy's time. He pre-fires with the FO12, trying to make up for his comrades who have been lost in the dust. As Ambi does his best worm impression, pushing up on the bedroom. There's another player on the edge doing their best worm impression. That is Wimpy, who does not get a kill with the FO12. And it seems like Arial Arise, they might make this their round. And now, as he called out in chat, oh no, it's really going to sting now. BJL, he survives, gets the kill onto Ashen and can push forward into Trophy as Ambi gets the ace. Worm impression and all. AAA, they come bounding back, tie it up, and now Orbit. The pressure is on them to improve their 17% attacking percentage.
I swear, it is just that ace. That ace oppression, whether it's on Ambi, whether it's on Amp, who doesn't matter who holds the gauntlet for Arial Arise. They are running that ace, running that AK-12, those Selmas, that pistol, and just shoving it at Orbit as fast as they can. And they're doing an amazing job of it. However, now going into the split, they will no longer be able to use that ace. And now that is left up to the discretion of Orbit.
There's a lot of criticism for Orbit. I mean, not a lot of criticism, a lot of eyes on them, because with that 17%, they have to win 4, or at least win 3 to keep themselves alive, get themselves into overtime, and just allow AAA to just feel a little bit uncomfortable. Because they don't really have that aura to them. They're still typing in chat. They're still walking around the entire map with the swagger that we're used to of a team that has just been allowed to walk inside the site and claim bodies as their own.
Especially how aggressive they've been on the peak. Ashen playing a deal with the devil here. BGL being patient on the other side as well, seeing the head, grabbing the body, not knowing that they're downed. Ashen still just down on the floor, waiting for the rotate out that won't happen as they're on the ground. Reverse, being a little bit dangerous, trying to get this res up as Giddy gets a kill in the offside.
No, you can't. Amp is down, and Ashen is able to get revived. That is the perfect time to finish. I am just surprised that there was no knowledge that Ashen was actually down. But Ashen just re-peaks. Like, no lesson learned here. Stay in Mudroom. You're going to have to get something done because everybody is falling around you, and now BJ... Okay.
All right.
GG in chat.
Understandable. Have a nice
GG
day.
in chat. Right there.
Kenzo all alone in a 1v4 after we're just watching just one thing after another. Grabs Arial and a nade possibly through the floor, but no, Giddy with his gun will take out Arial as fast as they run in the doorway. What a round.
Let him know. Let him know. I mean, as much as Orbit can do, Arial can just keep typing Wimpy's KD. Like, that's all the fuel that they have in the moment. It is a little bit of a trash talk war, and it's definitely enjoyable to see as both of these teams have got a lot of fire in their hearts, with Orbit getting the lead, but AAA, they're AAA. They can continue to fight for all they've got, and with Orbit matching their previous record, having 1 kill previously, 1 Anvil on the attack, and now they've done that. They have been able to win an attacking round. All they got to do is get 3 more.
I know Arial Res Academy is not going to let anything come easy to Orbit, as we've even seen in the rounds that they've lost their defense and their attack alike. The way that they set themselves up has been nothing but stellar, and Orbit has been doing nothing but stellar plays to combat that, to really just shove it back towards AAA. And I mean, I know both of these teams are trying their best to win these maps. It's very apparent. It's not like either one of these teams are actively slacking off or playing careless because they want to play careless. And the carelessness that is shown is backed by skill and the sophistication in order to make it work.
There's no peek from Ashen. I think you lost something a little bit, Ashen. Come on. Where's your fire? Where's your doing something a little bit stupid because it's fun type of play? Like, that's what AAA have been doing a lot of the time, because Orbit has let them do that. But as they recollect themselves, it would be much better to actually play smart. Still go for frags, but to play smart, give Orbit a little bit of space. Let them feel a bit confident, and then that's when you can strike. CZ preps that frag. It'll sail through that doorway, of which the frag grenade, it blows up, doesn't get anything in the end.
And now looking at a minute into this round so far, no kills nor damage on the floor for either one of these teams, and a very slow entrance by Orbit for the majority of here, getting a map over type of attack, and it looks like just now getting their foothold into the building through Master, trying to do whatever they can, taking a look all around for Valcams despite having an IQ who could do that just for them, where they're 3 floors down.
Ambu's 12-4, guarding that 90 hallway with the assistance of Kento. Ashen is shot down by BJL. And with the Lion skin, all these defenders are going to stay still for a little bit, or two of the defenders are going to stay still, as a lot of utility is being shot out by BJL, making the red snares all clear for the attackers. And this deployable shield is really going to be that thin piece of defense between the attackers and defenders that still can give the defenders something to work for here. All those players inside of Saudi are just going to hold all the way down as BGL just tries to get his little jiggle peats inside of the site, seeing the smoke, who drops it with 2 pumps. Amp is down, but can get revived, and that is what happens as Kento equips the shotgun, tries to hold out for any other attackers that are now walking down 90. They use the time that they have to get even more kills on their side as Wimpy just sees that smoke, tries to walk through it, knowing that there is a player inside of the study. You got Wimpy outside, Giddy in the hallway, and Patience on both sides. No one wants to make a move, but it's Kento who strikes first and strikes second, taking Giddy and Wimpy down with him as Arial Rise Academy, they shoot right back up to a 4-4 scoreline.
Just kill after kill for Kento, keeping themselves in this game, being a bit of a hero for this time over in AV. But hey, I mean, if that's what they need, it's what they need. And it's working for them. So, like, I mean, no shade here nor there. But I'm curious to see when they have the ability to go back to AV, how prevalent they're going to be on making sure that they have that site set up correctly. Because it was Kento who kept them alive. It was Kento who cut down all of these attackers to be able to secure that round. And typically, that's not exactly what you want to be seeing.
Trophy. Still bringing out the Frost, and there's no Wimpy Ella shotgun, so clearly things are a little bit inferior. But I mean, they've still got a little bit of gumption by their side. They're bringing out the Legion, bringing out a lot of information operators, which Legion, Alibi, and Valkyrie are still considered information, even though 2 of those 3 are a little bit indirect. You can't call them out as much as you hear them and see them with your own eyes, but it's enough that Arial Rise Academy can work their way around the map using that passive information that would be gotten by the Prisma and the Goop Mine, and hopefully get above orbit, regain the lead that they once had.
As well as having those black eye cameras in pocket and thrown across the site, or even just on the roam. Being able to get that information is so very crucial, as well having that C4 for potentially a play below, or just a long toss wherever it's necessary. Definitely something that Orbit's going to have to look out for, but considering the lineup, they're only going to have to think about one. Wimpy taking himself out of the equation with Ambi at the helm of that, being able to find their head, extending Wimpy's definitely impressive kill count of this map.
My man's struggling. He's struggling a little bit. But
he's doing his best, and that's what matters.
Yeah, it's okay. Orbit is still in this. Like, despite Wimpy struggling, Giddy and BJL have been here for him. They've been able to make up the difference. They have 18 kills to their name. Very impressive on their own, but still, having to make up for an entry is just something you never really want to do. As BJL enters AVG, Kento is hiding inside a vault. The un-80 yeses, but is sound there for Kento? I don't believe it is, and now the longer he waits, the bigger his bounty can be, but instead he peeks, takes out BJL, and is still around trying to hunt down more. And he's inside of the game. So he reloads, and I think Orbit, they're either going to have to refocus their efforts or look somewhere else to get a kill as Ambi reveals himself and dies with it, as so does Kento.
And I mean, of course, they fell later on, but I want to wonder, is that just a missed drone on Vault, or did they just not bother to drone it, period, which led to Kento being able to get that kill? And I mean, whatever the case, a kill is a kill, and that's great for Arial Rise Academy, even with the trade. Considering that there's under a minute now remaining in this round, the Roamers did a fantastic job at wasting that time, getting those kills, and using that utility.
And there's still time to use the frag grenades with the ADSs. I don't know if there'll be enough to drain it out, but the Selva just goes onto the shield for free. Should be able to destroy it as there's less utility.
Oh,
a frag
Lord.
grenade claims 2, and the second one will get them as well. There's no time for Amp to go for the revive, and CZ will get the confirm. Does the little crouch and gets the third as well. Talker in chat and Talker in the game. Impressive for CZ.
And I don't want to chalk that round up simply to the nade, but it certainly helps when you're looking at a site that is completely deadlocked by a shield and 2 defenders, the shield taken out by a Selma, but the 2 defenders remain on the forefront of that defense. One completely off on by bathroom side as well, but those 2 by statue, or excuse me, for trophy, are definitely a force to be reckoned with. But to be able to cut both of them out with a single nade, that can certainly make your job a little bit easier.
And now the pressure starts to mount, because with Orbit getting that, despite the fact that Arial had the 2 opening kills, you got the one onto BJL, who is or was CZ's right-hand man in the previous couple maps. You took out Wimpy, so there was really no way to scan around for roamers. I think Orbit, their fraggers are really starting to get the gears turning. And with Aerial Rise, a lot of them not really able to match CZ in certain scenarios, or depending who is the quote-unquote hero of the round, whether it's Giddy or BJL. The consistency for Aerial Rise, I'm going to sound crazy for doing this, is killing them a little bit, because in a lot of these rounds, they're not able to counter that one magnificent player.
I mean, sometimes that's what it takes. If you're depending too much a bit on one of those players who typically makes those the big plays, because there definitely is a player per team where it's like their job is that spearhead. They're the ones who, when the times are a bit more dire, when everything's getting a bit more intense, they're the ones to say, all right, it's time to pack up and go, and they run through the door, which leads the cavalry. You take them out of the equation, and pushing that door just got a hell of a lot harder.
BJL inside of the study looks around as CZ claims that first kill. It's Kento. And now a lot of these other defenders, they are going to have to sprint their way back to the site. And Orbit, with that entry, they could spur themselves all the way to map and match point, but down goes BJL. Reverse is there for the refrag, and now attempts to join his friends inside of that site. These rounds, sometimes it feels like they are so quick, and other times, like now, it feels like they are just going at a snail's pace. We're only halfway through the round. Orbit still have yet to clear a good amount of map control near the actual site itself, and they're going to have to do that if they want to actually work towards a good execution.
And considering they've backed off a bit of the roamers, Kento being one of them, and taking him off the board completely, but still, with time slowly ticking down, they're playing a little bit more methodical. I kind of am seeing here, because they are just now getting this map control that basically AAA has kind of given to them at this point to more protect site in the last minute. But nonetheless, they still have the ability to make something happen. It's just up to Orbit to really push it.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Wimpy going down. There's no more drones, and there's not another. But Arial through the barricade. Either there was a drone, or it still was good placement, good game sense on his part. Ashen gets 2, and now can rotate all the way back into the side. But CZ is still alive, and CZ has been the playmaker in a lot of these rounds, and he has the diffuser. He's not choosing to actually place it down, but instead go for kills, because that has been the thing that's gotten him and his team the wins. He's able to get one into Ambi, a good shot, and now attempts to put down the diffuser. He's in a 1v1, and the odds are not on his side because he does not have time. Ashen forces him to put down that diffuser, and CZ will be able to, and now springs right back up, pushes into Astro, and now going into that actually bathroom area. Pressure now, swapping sides, it's on to Ashen. With about 30 seconds, is the one who really has to actually go aggress onto this Yana. And CZ still playing the mental game, still in chat. Free fires over towards Astro, knowing that Frost has to beat him.
Ooh.
And CZ still wins it out. He propels his team. The previous round, this round, whatever you need. Orbits on map in series point.
And, you know, I gotta wonder, with CZ being able to say well played in the midst of moving, there is no way my man does not have some sort of keybind set up to be able to make that happen. Yes, dude. There's no way around it. Being in that 1v1 actively looking for a cam and then saying well played in the middle of that, you can't just make that happen on a whim.
I mean, the fact that Arial Rise, this is good. All right, I'm gonna be a little mean. Arial Rise, they're playing a little bit of a 5v4 here. Wimpy is in a struggle bus. He is not doing well. They've been able to kill him every round. His utility hasn't been as effective because he's died early on. And despite all of that, they are losing. Arial Rise have not been able to win a lot of these 1v4s. I mean, mainly because of CZ. He's walked inside of the site, won a 1v3 when he's really not supposed to with the amount of time that's on the clock. Orbit has all the cards in their deck, and they have to just play them now because Arial Rise Academy, everything is up against them right here. And they would have to play a best of 3 if they lose again.
Maybe Wimpy is right now just the moral support. The fact that he's here and the fact that he has the utility to possibly use if he stays alive long enough is all it really takes. Or, by some random chance, we're going to see Wimpy pop off right here and now. I believe in him. And I certainly hope to God that my beliefs do not go tarnished in my name due to Wimpy being on the unfortunate end of some bullets here. I'm really counting on him.
He's spotting that black eye camera with that scanner as both of these teams still looking for that big entry. The entry has really been just a decider in all of this. If we're not counting Wimpy. When Orbit has been able to get... I just feel bad because it feels like we're laying in on him. But it is still
I believe.
It's a very big part of the game because it's an opening pick. Yet Arial have never really been able to win the rounds because of it. And they're losing, and they're still droning out. So, with no damage really done to anybody so far, Orbit, I think, are still in control on the attack with how much time they have to just aggress the site. They just focus their areas over towards study. They'll have the pinch ready, and boom, everything activated. Kento does go down and is finished off. So BGL, so there is the entry. And with Orbit getting that advantage, everything is coming up orange.
And Wimpy being able to get that rappel up on 90. I'm ready for it. He's got that cross. BGL's getting a little bit of more control up first floor. CD getting a little tagged and getting that well played out early in the morning. Or rather evening through this round. So he's trying to rotate around to figure out what he's going to do. But Orbit still has their man advantage. Wimpy getting some damage all the way into Vault. Doing as best as he can to grab his kill. Reverse getting a lot of damage as well still.
Oh, Ashen takes down BJL as the Black Mirror does spot the players just hanging over by the landing area. And Wimpy needs to get something done on the study because this is the best way that Orbit can win if the pinch comes in from study, but they're focused too much on the study as well. Arial, he gets blown up with the C4, the diffuser is down in default, and now with a little bit of a meat grinder by that landing area, Wimpy and Giddy are going to have to do something here. Wimpy does get a kill, and he can let Giddy actually get the plant down, but is seconds away. Giddy pushes up, able to get the kill in the reverse. Surely this is not how Orbit wins. It's not. Ambi finds for, and off the sweat of his brow, he keeps AAA in the series, 1 round away from overtime.
Oh, Wimpy. Our boy did it. He kept the plant alive long enough to get that plant going. Unfortunately, not able to grab the rest to keep the round and to take them into that winner's circle. However, Arial Arise is going to put this just closer to match point. Orbit's going to take their much needed timeout, which I can't blame them a second for doing so. Considering the round split they've had so far, they really need this timeout to make sure they talk about what's going on, see what they're going to do, and see what they need to do to make Wimpy in a good spot. I feel like I singled him out a bit.
Yeah, all right, we gotta ease up off of Wimpy. We're done laying into Wimpy. I think the one thing we need to do is Ambi, 17-7. He's been such a good player for this team throughout the entire series, whether he's been on that ace, whether he's not, he is going to have to show up on the defense. And a lot of times when Orbit has gotten that just big entry kill, Ambi, he's been around. Whether it's been onto Kento, whether it's been onto somebody like Ambi, all the 5 members of Arial Arise Academy need to be here for the defense, need to make sure that they work off of the actual entry they get and don't just lounge around waiting for the Orbit attack to come to them.
But now with that timeout wrapping up, it is going to be Orbit's last attacking round of regulation, and in turn, Arial Rise's last defending round, which they've only won a single, or 2 rounds of their defending side, including last round's turnabout. And honestly, if I were Orbit, I'd be feeling pretty good about what you've been working with. Been able to pick apart these defenses pretty seamlessly, and even when things are looking pretty bleak overall, you're still able to churn out the round for usually the better.
CC on the Amaru. CC on the Amaru. Yes.
Right, enough said.
Last round. 6-5. Put CZ in the sight. Put that man behind a motor vehicle. He is ready to drive Orbit to
and he has the
playoffs.
supernova with the. He has the supernova with the brick.
With the brick.
Of all things he could be running right now, he could have the G8 to be able to extend this, but no, he's got the brick.
Supernova. I mean, if there's one thing you want, I feel like he is just going to zip up into Astro window. It's not.
I'm ready for it.
We need eyes on CZ. Like, come on. You've gone this far. You've committed this far to the bit of just being an all-chat warlord. Bring out the Gara hook. Bring it. No, CZ. Go back. No. The bit. It's gone.
There's still a chance. It could be 90. It could be 90. And that would be pretty good as well. I'm ready for it. Over on the offside, we're going to see the rest of Orbit getting a clear grasp of this master side balcony. CZ's getting ready for their Gara hook off on the other side. I believe on drones, just figuring out exactly what they want to do. However, for the moment, Orbit's still getting a good foothold, at least on the outside, being able to get ready for their eventual execute.
You can see the Habana Palace just making a hole in the floor, so if reverse, he can't really hold that soft wall. As more drones reveal positions, BJL does hop in, and there is a player inside of Astro. It's reverse, but BJL is caught looking at the stairs, and Ashen starts off with the entry. Over by the bedroom area, does spot a player just hiding, waiting for the eventual hop in. Arial tries for placement, the C4 goes off, and Ashen gets 2. Will another player enter Ashen's area and be met with another kill? There it is. There's 3. Does it happen, or does Ashen back off? Let somebody else do the job, because he's gotten everything he's needed to. With Inrio and BJL down, the crown is still on CZ's head, and the chance to do something magnificent is still here.
But the fact is, they are so far out of the fray and still down, getting able to grab a kill onto Amp, but the Capcan Trap knocking down CZ, putting this into essentially a now 2v1 with 2 kills right off the bat, with Wimpy being able to put himself in a relatively good position, having that 417 in hand with the suppressor. Not nearly as good as a brick, however, still able to get a lot of damage out really quickly. But time is running out for Wimpy. He's all alone, does not have Diffuse in hand, and will have to grab it from Astrodor, as he does ever so quickly.
15 seconds
But
to
he
go.
knows with time running out, Arial Arise is going to be holding this very quickly. And a lot is riding on this round. Plant starting to go down and peeks back out, but Ambi is going to shut him down and take this match series into overtime.
I thought I had my hands in the air. I was fingers up. Everything was inspiring me to believe in Wimpy to get the 1v4. Imagine the storyline. But it doesn't happen. It's Arial Arise. They get that round they need to. They swap over to the overtime. And we are going. Yeah, let's get the Wimpy replay. Yeah, it's very nice. As here we are.
Credit where credit's due. That was a pretty spicy double kill.
I thought
I'll
he was
give it
going to
to
get
him.
the third on the stairs. I thought he was going to get the
Honestly,
third
same.
on the stairs. And I would have gotten out of my chair if
What
that
would you
would have
guess it?
happened.
Or would you guess it? Wimpy back with that faux 12. It don't die.
Yeah, put that man behind a shield. Put him in front of the window.
He's kicking. He's rearing to go. He's ready. He's gonna fight everyone and throw fists in the air. Because if you throw enough punches, you're gonna hit something. And you're gonna hit some air, and it's gonna be fine.
With Ambi going 18-7, it would be hurtful for Arial to come this far, him to have such a good map and a good series overall, and to fall like that. Oh, I think that it can be said for almost the entirety of Arial Arise. Amp had a very good map too, despite the fact that 2-10 now. I think Amp is a very, very good support, and I would really like to have, if I built a team, Amp as a support on the team, because he could frag, he could support, he could do it all. It's easy, taking a little bit of damage. That is not the player you want out first, because he is your golden goose, your backup plan, as Wimpy takes a little bit of damage, and it's actually reverse, who does go down, making it so that Orbit's defense is starting to crumble a little bit with that frag grenade. It is another frag grenade, find a kill.
Oh.
It does! 2 for 2 on the frag grenades, and Wimpy not getting anything with the FO12 is sent back to the grave as all of the Orbit defenders head back onto the site, hoping to stay the course.
Beautiful use out of those frags to be able to push both CZ and Wimpy out of their spots and into the grave.
The bomb diffuser.
And now with Inrio over by top landing, putting a little bit of pressure, or rather the other way around, vice versa for Kento, putting some pressure onto Inrio. And Inrio just waiting for the time. BGL here seeing Ashen hop through the window, getting the down onto them, but not finishing the kill and not being too aggressive about it. But the repel on 90 might take BGL right out of the equation if they're not careful.
And there's enough time and enough space to get the revive onto Ashen. And Orbit, right now, they can't really play risky. Getting that kill onto Ashen would be huge, but instead, use the utility you got. Maybe use the Goon Mines for sound, use those Capcan traps, because they got something done for you in the previous round if you're a Capcan man. As Ambi, pushes up onto the stairs. Inrio taking a little bit of damage in the chip fight with Kento. That DMR does a lot of damage to that body. And as the timer continues to tick down, it is still AAA who seem to be on top as they find one on Giddy and can use the rest of the time to drone out the site and find the remaining 2.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That DMR in the hands of Kento definitely turning Chip into chunk as they give Inrio a real run for their money. And sitting at 4v2, it's not looking great for Orbit, but they do have time on their side relatively, but health is not the same. Inrio at critically low health, as well as BGL looking a little bit worse for wear. Ashen being the first to fall out of this 4v2 with just 20 seconds left. BGL getting some kills and getting a little bit of damage onto them in churn. Kento being able to fall as well as Inrio takes him out, and BGL falls as well. The kill through the wall, the headshot even, turning this 1v1 in the first round of overtime. I'm slowly ticking away, trying to do anything they can. And no! Ambi is gonna shut down Inrio before they can waste enough time.
And Arial Arise. Now, they're typing in chat, everybody, the tensions are high. And now Orbit on their attack are gonna be the ones who have to put on the pressure, make this AAA defense get something done. We're going to a timeout. I think seeing if Arial Rise Academy, they're, I think, trying to make Orbit, like, psychologically psych them out with, man, 21-7. That is
What
massively
a
impressive.
record.
That is very nice to see.
And I mean, while we have been giving Wimpy a lot of crap, we do have to note Reverse and Amp sitting at relatively the same spot, but with Ambi having 21 kills, it makes a lot more sense. When you have a player who is making a lot of kills and a lot of strives towards your victories, there's suddenly a lot less of enemies to be able to put to your kill sheet.
Yeah, and I think that is one thing we could look to as to why maybe Orbit had a little bit of a lead, was they just have a better kill spread overall. You got Arial, who's got a little bit more. CZ and BJL have just a little bit more, but then just Ambi at the top, the difference maker. Just like CZ in a lot of these rounds has been the clutch man for Orbit. It's Ambi on top who is the difference maker.
I mean, it just does go to show that the kills don't always mean the victory. And we are still going to be seeing that as we move into our overtime match point, sitting 7-6, Arial Rise just ahead, and on their full series point.
Did you expect this from map
one
1?
bit.
Yeah, no, we saw on map 1, it was like, oh yeah, Arial Rise, they got it. And then to see map 2 just kind of go the way it did, every single round seems like it'll turn one way, and then by the end you're like, okay, how did we get here?
And I mean, to be honest, I'll go so far as to say I didn't expect this from either team. I know when you go into a match, there's some times where you're like, oh, I know of one team, but I don't know much of the other team, so I'm not gonna really expect too much. I had no precursor of what was going on for either of these two teams. I had no info on either how they play, and I have to say I am thoroughly surprised and am enjoying every second of this.
I mean, that's what you get when you get the AAA squad. They are the, I think, SFCL back-to-back champions, and it is going to be a hard fight to be a back-to-back-to-back champions, considering what they have had to go through. I mean, first, they have to beat Orbit to even make the playoffs, and if they don't win today, they're going to have to win another best of 3, of which they've already played 2. Lost them, of course, if that happens, and then they would have to win again. But right now, they are in the driver's seat. They are the one controlling the tempo on the defense, and if they get that entry, especially onto somebody like CZ, Giddy, or BJL, you might call it curtains for Orbit.
Well, that still remains to be seen as we're still cooking through this round. None has taken any damage or any fatalities. We've seen quite a bit of this over the last couple rounds, very slowly played up until the final moments, more specifically the last minute or last 30 seconds of any given round is when all of this starts to happen. All of everything that has been culminating over the round starts to be unleashed, and this is going to be no different.
Still alive. Reverse Amp still alive, and a window does get punched as Wimpy refocuses his efforts over there. And the Goyo Fire is spotted, actually locking a defender inside of the site itself as those Capcan traps. They get destroyed, allowing for a clean entry inside of the actual site. But the time that's still on the clock, it leaves so much room for Orbit to drone up the site, use the Gemini clone that they have, but they just press the attack. Ashen is dropped. Reverse is injured, not officially kill, but that will happen sooner or later. And now more Orbit players continue to get kills. Inrio is not going to be part of that actual execution, but as Ambi hops up those red stairs, he gets one kill onto the player inside of Astro off of the diffuser. He has to slap that down, forcing Wimpy to get the coverage. And what seemed like Orbit, it seemed like they were in control, but as Wimpy does get that final kill, it's a final round that we head to, and oh boy, what is that final score gonna be? Where is Orbit going to head for their final round?
Honestly, I feel like it's got to be AV. It would only make sense. However, no, it looks like it's going to be Stat. I was completely off the mark there. However, we got to notice here, Ambi being the kill leader of the entirety of Arial Rise, and then being forced into a churned 1v4, grabbing 2, almost grabbing the 3rd by Deer, and being cut down from Astro by Wimpy for that potential clutch is such a big play for Orbit. Being able to have such a heavy presence in sight very late on and being able to get all of that going so quickly in the end of the round is very crucial.
Just let the final seconds. Wimpy does not change off of the FO12. I admire that at this stage in the game, not a single kill with Ella or the FO12. He does not stray from the path. He maintains course, whether it's straight into a rock or whether it is going to be Orbit going to the SFCL Season 6 playoffs. He will be on Ella, and he will be on the FO12.
It's the determination, like the willpower, and just everything. Oh, you gotta be in such a specific mindset to be able to play that, and even if it's not working, to be able to stick that. And it still shows that Wimpy does not believe himself for a single solitary second that he's out of this game. And he is very much in this as much and as well as everyone else in his team believes him to be. And it shows.
Nothing much yet. There's no big plays like we saw earlier on the map where, like, in the first 30 seconds, there were big plays happening. But as I say that, there's actually a player emerging from the wine cellar, and we could see something happen. There's a lot of tension overall. Yeah, you can see at the bottom of your screen, it's CZ over in the bottom as reverse, just prepping a frag grenade. Won't find anything or anybody, as BGL is assisting CZ on the roam. So Orbit are cashing their checks off site, but that might come to hurt them as Ambi finds one on CZ. BGL is there for the refrag, but can more happen on either side? Oh. It's a direct trade, but that might leave Astro open, as there's a couple of the players actually off the site itself, but Diffuser is down, and I think that's the bigger part.
Oh, the nade by Ambi, trying to get anybody, but does more damage to himself than anything, putting him just below 50 damage. With just a minute 20 left in this round, a very crucial 3v3. We still got Wimpy alive with the Foe 12 and pistol in hand, hanging around the Deer side for Astro. Giddy holding the majority of Statue himself, as the rest of the sides for Arial Rise are trying to get set up. The grenade getting a little bit of damage onto Wimpy, but nothing too lethal.
Another one being prepped if Wimpy doesn't back off, but the frag grenade does correct. Wimpy is taken out from underneath. No opportunity to use that FO12. And now Giddy and Inrio have to prepare against those full 3 Arial Rise members. Inrio is able to find one and reloads behind cover. Ambi 24 and 8 inside of the site can be that player to get those final 2 kills, to get even more kills by his side as Ashen does stick that diffuser, but it's a direct trade again 2 times in 1 round, and the 1v1 to decide who goes to the playoffs. It's Arial Rise Academy. They win the 1v1, win the final round. It almost happened. We almost had another max overtime, map 3, Arial Rise Academy loss, but they clinch it out at the last second, and history has changed.
Ashen for the absolute closest possible win there. Being able to slap Diffuse down and be getting the trade, the second trade of the night, and the second, direct trade of that round. Both happening relatively quickly in spite of each other. And then that final inch, just a beautiful interaction to happen between Ashen and whoever it was, the Legion. I cannot remember, to be honest with you.
Inrio. It was Inrio. Was the Legion. Oh. I mean, looking at these replays, it was just an impressive game overall. A lot of storylines. You had Orbit really succumb early on to just this impressive Arial Rise Academy attack, and then they adapted. They were able to get a good amount on their side. They bring it to overtime, and look where we ended. Max overtime, map 3. So Orbit are going to be going down to that decider match, of which they will have to play another best of 3, or they will be knocked out of the SFCL playoff.
I still can't get over that one tap by Kento. That's just a shot. Anyways, we do actually have Ashen here for an interview coming up soon. However, considering how heavy of a match this happened here, what do you think we're going to be seeing the next time Arial Rise Academy now has to move for playoffs, Chris?
It's going to be up to who they play. I think right now you've got HK Rebels, Wildcard Aces, and a team that they've already played, Arial Rise. And I think we're trying to avoid repeats. So I think HK Rebels and Wildcard Aces are two difficult teams. And right now with the way Arial Rise Academy are playing, I've got confidence in them. I know that Orbit is a difficult team, especially with CZ doing what he was able to do. But overall, it's going to be about what they do, who they play, and how they adapt. Because adaptation was the key in this match, and I think that's going to be the key for all of Arial Rise Academy as they move forward.
I mean, it'll definitely be interesting to see what happens for them. However, for Orbit, what is their next step moving on to this? I know we do have a best of 3 for them as their second and I believe final chance.
Yes, so they are going to be either playing Method or Orbit. I know that, or West Garfield Park, I believe. So they've got a lot of thinking to do, and we actually have an interview with Ashen, so we can talk about that game, because there's definitely a lot to note. We say hello, Ashen. That was a hard-fought game on your end. I want to say congratulations.
Definitely was. Definitely an interesting one. Definitely one that tested us, especially.
Oh yeah, and so to start off, I mean, I think the elephant in the room, CZ chat, did that affect you at all?
Not at all. No, we were typing back. We were laughing the whole time. We were just making fun of Wimpy the whole time. We were making fun of Wimpy.
I say
it was enjoyable. It was a fun one.
It was a definitely fun one. So, I mean, Orbit, in a lot of these maps, they come out, they get 3-0. I know you guys did that on the last map, but how did you adapt to Orbit coming out and getting these very big leads early on in the map?
Yeah, so we lost Theme Park. That's definitely one we should have won, we felt like, because it was our map pick. It was just more of a play style difference, I felt like, because what we usually do in, like, scrims and stuff, my team is definitely not a scrim team. I can tell you that. I don't care what anyone says. You know how scrims go whenever they scrim us. I feel like it's just a thing where you just scrim certain teams and certain play styles that you get used to your stuff working, and then you play these guys. You play very util oriented, very slow, very 3-2-1 execute, and stuff just goes wrong. Same with against Arial. Whenever we played Arial, they didn't have their full 5, so they were playing they were playing how we were today. We literally on Oregon, we were down 2-4, and we literally said we're playing ranked. You saw Amp just full sprint in a door in a closet.
Yeah.
You just saw us running in bunker every round. We literally dropped everything on these last 2 maps besides the last couple rounds on a Villa, and we literally just played ranked because we realized that what we do, these guys are just, I don't know, it's just not working against them. So it's just sometimes you just gotta drop, you gotta play ranked, you just gotta pick 1.5s. At the end of the day, you just gotta play your trades on attack no matter what you're doing. As long as you're doing something and it's together, it doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, Orbit definitely struggled up against the way that you were playing. I mean, is that why Ambi in that last map, is that why he was built different? Because you guys enabled him with that style of play?
Oh, no matter what, Ambi's built different. No matter what, I think Ambi is always the one who can always show up. So he's a very clutch player ever since I started teaming with him, like almost like a year and a half ago now. But yeah, he's the goat for that last map. He really turned up. He turned up when we needed him. But yeah, even the people who were down on the scoreboard, like everyone was contributing something, even if it wasn't on the kills. I mean, obviously, like going like 4 and 12 or whatever isn't nice, but like they have big contributions other than just like the kill factor, especially like because we're droning in Ambi. Whenever there's a drone in front of Ambi, he's gonna kill him because he's crazy. So that's how it
Yeah,
is.
and with that ending, it felt very reminiscent of last match against Arial Rise Academy. Max overtime, map 3. It came down to a 1v1. Were there flashbacks to that game up against Arial Rise where you guys had the unfortunate ending?
I feel like there were more flashbacks on that 6-7 round. Whenever we were down, it was a 4v2, and we were all spread out. We kind of corrected our mistakes, what we did, like with the flooding, and we took what we did against Arial Rise, and we played our trades, and it was really big 1v1 for Ambi to win there. He's actually the GOAT, so it was really good for everyone to play their trades out there and just play together. That's the biggest thing you can do in this game. So that was a really big one. On that round, I don't know. I actually picked Sledge last second. It was 3 seconds left, and it was like a millisecond before you get picked, and I was playing Ash, and then if I didn't have Sledge, that guy Boar doesn't get naded. So
Yeah,
that was a last second pick. I was thinking in my head like, wait, what if this all goes right? Just off of one little thing like that. So that one nade, just opened up the round. So
Connected. Yeah, you guys did a wonderful job in that match. You're in the playoffs off of that 1v1. And anything you want to say before you head out for the night?
People probably are doubting us with the score lines, with how it's been, but just wait and see. Playoffs is a whole different game. New people step up. We play different opponents that we haven't played before. So just stay tuned for playoffs. Y'all keep hating though. I don't care what anyone says.
Well, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your win, and as you say, we'll definitely stay tuned for playoffs.
Yep.
Well, beautiful game, beautiful interview. And to see it at the end, Ambi, 1.88, 25-9. Like you said, he's always built different.
And on the other hand, 15, 15, and 15 for both all Giddy, CZ, and BJL, respectively, doing amazing jobs in their own right to try to even things out as much as possible. However, Ashen and Kento being amazing counterparts to Ambi to try and support them as best as possible on Ambi's absolute tirade of terror, per se.
And overall, I mean, despite us kind of ragging on Wimpy, us being a little mean, he's still, like, 0.49 by the end of it. I hate to call it in real, but when he was doing stats last season, he had one of the worst I've ever seen. He had a 0.04. So that is the bar to beat. And overall, we could look at the series stats as well. See what the trajectory is over the entire series, because I think it's important. It was a very back and forth. We're getting those on the board. But overall, are there any kind of things that popped out in your mind through this series?
I mean, just the in general aggressiveness by both sides and how each of them responded accordingly. It was nothing short of an impressive display of skill for both these teams, whether it was Arial Rise being able to play an aggressive roam effectively, and Orbit being able to learn from that and shut them down towards the second half, and then on the exact inverse for both Orbit and Arial Rise being aggressive on the attacks, Arial Rise being able to show just how aggressive they were, with Ashen even saying it was just more so like a ranked play. And then Orbit having to take account for that and react accordingly to be able to even it back out for overtime each time is nothing short of impressive.
And it's good to see some of these teams, like Orbit, I kind of rang on them. I was like, they hadn't really gone up against a truly difficult opponent. And I think Arial Rise Academy was definitely that. They took a map, were able to take them to overtime on the last 2 maps as well. It was a beautiful series. It was honestly just a really enjoyable series from start to finish. We almost got... Was that last map 7? Was the second map 7-8, or was it 7 to...
I have the stats here. It did still end 8-7. It went max overtime as well.
We were 3 rounds away from the maximum amount of rounds you can have in a best of 3. We went the distance.
I mean, we went the distance, and Ashen and the rest of Arial Rise Academy definitely went the speed.
I think that's the one thing, is that you go through this entire night, and it was talking about how, like, over experience, they have experience over this. This is nothing too surprising, but definitely this amount of rounds is something that is a little bit tiring. You have to get 15 every single time, and by the end of it, you have to come out on top, and that's just what Arial Rise Academy was able to do by 1 round.
And it definitely seemed like during map 3, the first half of them, it definitely showed that the wear was coming on a heavy amount. But by the second half of Villa, it seemed like both of these teams, after their timeouts had been used, were back in their element, back in their playstyle, and right back at each other's throats to make something happen. And we see here, for our overall series stats, Ashen leading the entirety, Ashen evened out, but Ambi still leading the entirety of Arial Rise Academy, 56-27. Good lord.
My man putting up numbers, and to go 6-1 on the entry is impressive. To have these tied for the second most with CZ at the bottom, but to only have 1 death is crazy. I think Ashen, he was able to get 9 entries, but the 11 entry deaths does hold it back just a little bit, because it also says, like, yeah, you were able to start off 9 rounds with a big kill onto somebody, but you also started 11 rounds with an opening death. So, to each side,
I feel like it's what you make of it, because considering the rounds events and considering the situations, whether there was a refrag right behind it, whether any imaginable situations that happened to, it definitely still ended up working out for Arial Arise. And that's all it had to be done. They're still able to take the maps, they're still able to take the series, and then they're now heading to playoffs, whereas Orbit is now having to run another best of 3 to keep themselves alive.
And we'll see you guys right after the break. We've got another series right around the corner. I know we had almost the full maximum amount of rounds, but you're going to want to stay tuned for more SFCL action right after the break.
This is like the biggest high school event for esports ever.
We have kids from all walks of life, all cliques, all demographics. They all rally around esports.
For our program, students receive access to resources and hear from industry leaders to learn how to match their academic pursuits to their future.
Creating a new community within the student body. I think that esports and gaming already has this great capacity to create teamwork.
Oh my goodness!
$150,000 scholarship pool is up for grabs, and we're going to see 6 different titles. I got Counter-Strike, Minecraft, Rocket League, Valorant, Rainbow Six, chess, NBA 2K22, and Call of Duty Vanguard.
Tiene un lindo en brasilera. Ven y navega, una atrevida, pero sincera. Que no te ponga a hablar porque ella no se deja. No se flaquea, no se enreda. Y se puede ver que te quiere más. Echa pa' acá, yo te quiero ver bailar. Se puede ver que no temas nada. Se nota que no está bochornas. Se puede ver que te quiere más. Echa pa' acá, yo quiero ver bailar. Se puede ver que no temas nada. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, 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 tiro. Ay, ay, tiro, tiro, tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, tiro. Ay, ay, tiro, tiro, tiro. Si tú te tiras, yo me tiro. Tiro, tiro. Ay, ay.
I'm losing my mind for the sake of love. I've been trying to reveal it, what I've been so afraid of. Your coldness makes my heart go weak, so numb that I can barely speak. This pain keeps water in the sea. If I weren't so desperate to be free, I'd keep my distance, babe. The more that I know about you, the more that I want you, baby. They say that good love will yield the best from me. I know it to be true. This moment won't last forever. No remedies whatsoever. These feelings we choose to pass on for lesser love. You know it to be true. I'm lost in a manic dream. It weighs on me endlessly. Your tenderness drifts in the wind. The depth of your love is a sin. I'll keep my distance, babe. It's all by design, blinded in the fog of love. Why don't you tell me, babe? How do I deal with what I'm feeling? Maybe I just don't. What you're doing, I'm in ruins, all alone. I'm all alone. And I know nothing to do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Deal with the feelings I feel when you come near me. All I can see is you and me together, building a future forever, loving till eternity. I see you. Can't you see what you're doing to me? The way you got me, baby, it's like I can't even breathe. You're all that I need. And I know nothing to do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew. Let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. Go to a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant. To a field, pick up some strawberries. Then maybe let's fall in love. And maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall
Promotion matches continue. Make-A-Wish and Six Karma, both teams that have been dropped to the 3-1 situation via an Arial Rise team. One main, the other an Academy squad, now looking to move on to the playoffs of their own volition and up against one another. I'm Time to Light, joined alongside me is Joe. And Joe, moving into our second and final matchup of the night, what are your opinions coming into this? What do you got? What do you got for me?
Dude, it's going to be tough to top that first game. That first series was absolutely fantastic. And if we can get anything even close to that, I'll be happy with it. But, I mean, two teams right here, right? Make-A-Wish. I mean, a team that can really cause chaos in any way, shape, and form. And Six Karma, who can basically do the same. However, what Make-A-Wish can't say for themselves is a team that is going to Copenhagen, which Six Karma is. So quite nice that we get to see them right before they go over there.
I'm excited to see Six Karma as well. I was talking earlier, at least, with a couple friends about Six Karma, and you saw a post on Twitter, first non-Brazilian team to go to an international event, massive pickup for the squad. They are 3/5 Mexican, 2/5 Argentinian. Awesome setup for them. Honestly, pretty cool situation for them. And they're still playing in SFCL. I was actually wondering what their situation would be should they make it to Grand Finals. Because as of right now, Grand Finals are scheduled for April 22nd. That is a Saturday. The first stage of the major is scheduled to start on April 24th. That's a Monday. I don't think they're going to be playing in a Tier 3, Tier 2.5 Grand Final, well, then moving on to try and play in, casually the biggest tournament of the year. Or one of the two, I suppose. Two of the three?
Yeah, the biggest tournament of the year, and then Copenhagen Major. So, it's a big decision to make, to say the least. But we do see a basement defense coming up. You have that Mira up, you have the Azami up, which are two really powerful operators for this downstairs hold. It's just, if you've really attacked this, you know how difficult it can be with that Azami, how tedious it can be. But on the other side, you have a Capitao and a Blitz. So it looks like a quick take from Make-A-Wish to kind of counter all of that, as I believe most of that setup that is really difficult is going to be on that backside. But a lot of really counters for each other on these two teams, really from both sides. You have that Warden, you have that Wamai, really to deal with those smokes and flame arrows from that Capitao. So a lot going into this, but not too much action going through. But ACAD getting that first opening pick as he has to try and find his way back downstairs, not able to do it.
A little bit of timing costing you there. You could see the EE1D was going off, but ACAD did not get the opportunity to get away alive. I like the playstyle of Six Karma thus far. Aggression, but measured. As soon as you find a kill, back away, play with your advantages. The problem is, Make-A-Wish is understanding that playstyle, at least thus far, and finding trades where they can come through. By no means is this round a foregone conclusion. Make-A-Wish have made it a little easier for themselves to get towards that site, dropping the Mira and the all-important C4 for the late round.
Yeah, the C4 is definitely a big pick, as that's kind of one of the only two ways they had to deny that plant, as the three smokes are still up from Pachito, but it's going to be starting to be expended over on that blue side, and that's going to make it a little difficult for Six Karma to really do anything over here. They have to hold Pillar. They can't give up Pillar, and that first kill is going to make that job easier, as Maxley and Rex, still alive, can cause a lot of havoc with these smokes and these flame arrows, and obviously that big fat shield in front of Maxley's face, but Six Karma still have a little bit of work to do as Make-A-Wish starting to use that utility to get in over here.
Need to be able to find a way on towards the site, though, and Soko with a double, not allowing that to happen anytime soon. Maxley on this blitz, and the Capitao of Rexavi, it's just not going to happen. Shots from Skimzo, and that's just dropped away. A double, however, what is that from Maxley? Down to a 1 versus 2 and 40 seconds left. They have all their utility. This diffuser's not completely out of their control, so they actually have a way on towards the site should they be given the opportunity to get it. But Soko looking to swing as the glass is available should they be required. And with 3 flashes left, you know that Maxley wants to try and use them. Won't even be given the opportunity. Soko finds a 3K, and Six Karma open up the basement round victory.
Yeah, it was off the back of that early aggression right there, and Make-A-Wish never really stabilized after that. They tried to really, I guess, work a couple picks, but they weren't able to do it. And it felt like the entirety of the round they were playing from behind. And against a Six Karma team like that, that's going to be pushing the pace. That's not a way, a position that you really want to find yourself in. And it's really going to be off the back of these early engagements that Make-A-Wish is going to have to try and win these rounds. It's going to have to be those entries that really make an impact on the early round if they want to take some of these attacks. And that first round, they were not able to do that.
ELDR on the overall situation for us, by the way, since we did not have full time to do a pre-show as per usual. Both of these teams are 3-1 in the Swiss stage. Winner of this moves on to the playoffs. Loser of this goes to round 5 at 2-2. Or both of these teams are 2-1. Winner of this goes to 3-1. Moves on. Loser 2-2. Please play 5th round. Map bans are at the top right of your screen. This is Make-A-Wish's map pick of Oregon. Cafe is next, picked by Six Karma with the decider of Clubhouse. Should acquired, and Six Karma do start on the defensive side, as it was their choice on Oregon. I don't know if you realized that Six Karma started on the defensive side.
Of course, you just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. Just, no cause for concern, but Maxley on this Amaru, which we do see a lot as that drone is in T2. It's going to allow him the information to be able to take this control very early. As there is a rotate hole, and sometimes you do see some teams reinforce that off if they're not going to be able to play it, but Six Karma not going to opt to do that, as Maxley is going to be able to take that control, and it's a large part of the map they're going to be able to have as you see the Oryx start to push over there, and I guess not really having anything going as Maxley has the task of holding down that tower area to have that late pressure over there.
Xro creating some space on the top floor. He's trying to set up that lateral take across. You can see Make-A-Wish have so many options right now. They're split up in 3 or 4 separate scenarios. Kixro obviously in the armory hallways, you can see, with Silent trying to create some space over towards Master alongside Rex, and Six Karma are allowing them this space. By no means is this fully earned, but it's also not for free. And with that allowed space comes a disallowed pressure, and that opening kill again goes Six Karma's way. This time, not early trades, and they keep the fight.
Yeah, and Skimsy's really tough to control on those opening picks, as a second one is found. It's Skimsy who gets given that kill, as Rexavy is able to find one, and Maxley really is the one that has the round on his shoulders here, as there is information that there is a player here, but he's the one that needs to get the picks. The rest of these players kind of boxed in right here. Akabil goes for the swing, has a C4 to blow it, and able to find it as Rexavy is taken down as well. And Butters going for the kill, finds it as he's in a 1v4, and Soko finds one himself, and Six Karma in a quick 2-round lead to start us off on Oregon.
And a clean finish to that round as well. They have a playstyle, and they're sticking to it. Make-A-Wish do not have a direct counter to Six Karma's aggression, but Six Karma is also not over-aggressing to give them too many avenues back into these rounds. If 6K is able to find those opening duels, and Make-A-Wish cannot immediately trade it, that's a disadvantage that Make-A-Wish has to find back, but then they're put in a situation where they have to over-aggress. It costs them, and you can see right there, it costs them a round. They also honestly just didn't know where Six Karma was setting up. No avenue of attack on sight, no real opening into a round. And now, Six Karma, back-to-back rounds, they'll move on to Meeting and Kitchen as their third on-site location. I appreciate Meeting Kitchen. The grand question, Joe, in 2 words, Meeting Kitchen or Kitchen Dining?
Meeting Kitchen, plain and simple. It's a lot easier to hold for the most part, especially with a Valk. But I mean, we have seen dining being able to be used, especially with a zombie up, and it's just a lot of operators. But it's just one of those, sites where if you lose showers, you basically lose the round. So, Meeting a lot safer is, there's not any power positions where, if you lose one specific thing, you lose the entire round. It can't snowball up like that. And Meeting, it allows for more playmaking. It kind of fits that style that Six Karma, I'm assuming, really, wants to go for and they're comfortable with. And Make-A-Wish, I mean, they're going to have to take a lot more of the map, which, I mean, Six Karma has shown so far that they're not really okay with giving up, as Kixro finds his first kill of the round. And this is the first time that Make-A-Wish have really had a man advantage so far, and it's going to be very big to see what they can do with it. And as we can see, it does not last for very long.
Six Karma understand where their weaknesses lie and are reaggressing to try and gain those back and at least remove the adjective weakness from that. Make-A-Wish are still in this round. Again, 4v4 is not the most unheard of round to win, but Six Karma is going to make it difficult for them. Soko stuck out in that armory hell. Oh my goodness, Montequila not done with that fight just yet. ACAD talked about them a few times thus far. Shots down, trying to take drone. They will do so indeed. But this information for Six Karma, well, they're now having to remove it. That Dokebi able to hack out cams and that primary or passive ability making things difficult, but then again, so is Six Karma as a whole.
And no upstairs control for Make-A-Wish to build off of it all, but you do see Kix working his way through security, and he's kind of as an ability to go through here, but ACAD hits a nice little pre-fires. There's no holes, I don't think, no rotates or anything inside of security, so Kix not able to make anything happen over there. He has to fight for a case back, finds the first kill, more work to be done. ACAD starting to peek out right here. Kix row needs to find this kill as he isolates this one. A beautiful shot for him. He does not have the information on this last player. Skimzy left in a 1v1, has those little cheeky foot angles to work with, and Kix not sure he knows where this player is. Maybe a little bit of audio to work with as he's able to rotate over to this kitchen side. Skimzy now knows as well he's going to make his way over to kitchen, and Kix, I'm sure he knows where this player is. A huge clutch would be big here for the round. Takes damage, but not able to hit the shot. Skimzy clutches out the round, and it got a little scary for Six Karma, but they give themselves a 3-0 lead to start off their defensive half.
Patience there for Six Karma was not there as it was just a couple rounds ago, but the patience for Skimzy specifically in that fight, playing around known information and sound cues, basically giving themselves the best shot possible to take that fight and to win it, even on somewhat low HP. Into our replays, powered by the High School Esports League, and the shots across. Kixrow made it difficult, don't get me wrong, 3k on the round, very close to a 4k. If I recall correctly, Skimzy was within 25 HP of death, but didn't happen, and because of it, Six Karma onto that defensive side, complete the rotation, and are now making things fairly easy for them as they try a second kill.
Yeah, and the first time they went to this site, it looked pretty comfortable for them. And, I mean, I guess all three technically were pretty comfortable. I mean, that round did go down to a 1v1, but they were in control the entire time. They just threw away a couple bodies later on in the round. But like we said, the early round needs to go the way of Make-A-Wish. And they found that opening pick that last round, but forfeited it right back maybe 10 seconds later. And you know, that's not the position you want to be in. When you get that opening pick, you know the style of Six Karma. You know they're going to try and get in your face, especially when they're down a man. I mean, that's just, you know, fundamental siege right there. Fundamental competitive siege. When you're down man, a lot of the times you need to get aggressive to get that pick back. And that's something that Make-A-Wish needs to expect. And whether that's just losing the fight or anything, they need to hold more passive angles or, you know, stack up bodies. They need to do something to make sure that they don't just gift the man advantage right away back. And oh my goodness.
Hello. This is just gross. Six Karma on a consistent basis are just dumpstering Make-A-Wish on these opening fights. And even when they lose an opening fight, they're like, well, actually, I'll still gain the man advantage somehow. And how they figured that one out is beyond me. I'd like to steal their playbook for my ranked games. Please and thank you. I need to get out of goal. But that's not there. Make-A-Wish on this attack, basically playing from behind in every single round, are having problems on top of problems on top of problems, and they're just not finding early solutions. ACAD being baited in here on the Z angle. Silent does find a refrag, but Soko gets a kill and gets out with their life, so Six Karma more than content with that trade, as again, they come out on top.
Yeah, and it just looks like Make-A-Wish is uncomfortable with the pacing of the game, just where I think they want the aggression to be in that mid-round after they've kind of, you know, given themselves a footing in the round, but that's not something they've had. It's always been from the get-go. Right when the round starts, that's when the pressure comes in. They haven't had any time to really get their footing sorted at all, and it's making them very uncomfortable. And like we said, playing from behind in every round, that's not a position you want to be in. And, it is only a 3v4, but especially on this basement setup, you have the Izami, you have the Miras to work with so much that they have to get rid of. As Skimzy down to 1 HP, Rexavi not able to find the kill, but Silent does just that as there's a minute left. The round or the man advantage is equalized now. 3v3, still not a lot of time, but Make-A-Wish still have some work to do here.
The shots almost shooting his teammate, but Pachito actually does find the kill. I don't know how in the world Silent dies to Pachito there, but I suppose you do you. Long range, a follow-up on Direct Savvy, and it's down to Maxley with this 4-17 and a very definitive dream here. Does find one on the Pachito, so the round now far from over. 1v2, certainly possible, of course. Down on just 15 health. It is not easy by any means. The aggression has to come through. Soko long range as the Warden, the worst person to smoke off in the game, other than maybe Glaz, and even then you're pushing it, you walk straight into it, and you die because of it. Six Karma now with 4 consecutive rounds, as they are not stopping.
Yeah, and they're showing the power of Warden downstairs, with both styles that I guess Make-A-Wish has really gone for. They went for that direct back with the Capital and the Blitz, which the Warden directly counters. And then you go for that Twitch play up front to try and deal with those Miras, not able to do that, but you still have the smokes to be able to smoke off the Miras, which, sometimes is just as good, but that Warden, as you know, can see right through those smokes in both rounds, punishing Make-A-Wish for what they've been doing. And we can reiterate it over and over again. It's just Six Karma doing a great job at getting in the faces of Make-A-Wish and finding those kills early and just really making them scared throughout. It feels like wherever angle Make-A-Wish are peeking, they have to expect the body just because Six Karma, they're kind of everywhere at the moment. They just, everywhere you look, it feels like they're going to be peeking. And that, for starters, makes a team really unsure of what they want to be doing and where they're going because they just think that at any given moment, they can find a player from Six Karma just peeking them. And, that just gives you that sense where you're kind of scared throughout 3 minutes of the round. And Six Karma have been doing a great job at doing that and finding the correct positions to do that and the correct timings of it. And it's led to a pretty dominant 4-0 start.
My favorite part of watching Six Karma, between both the Latin American League, which a few people that we both know cover, and here in SFCL, is seeing how their opponents meet their playstyle. And that was the same conversation back when Six Karma was playing in national leagues up against Brazilian teams and eventually having played against their fellow Argentinian and Mexican. It's just the same. And it's not going well for opposing squads in North America because of their just aggression that was not met. For instance, ACAD taking a fight down Green Hall to support Morphed, who's stuck in Kitchen, but stuck no more, as they lose about 75 health, but are still taking fights and still finding kills. The aggression, it's not done yet. 2 opening duels and Six Karma up in a 5v3.
Those are fights you just need to win, right? You have a player who is unsuspecting of you, and you get down all the way through into a position that they have no idea where you're at, and you miss a couple shots, you end up getting killed, and your teammate going for the trade ends up going down as well, and Skimzy gives himself right back. But even then, that's not the first time that's happened, where they have a 3v5, or I should say a 5v3, and end up getting it back. But actually a nice opportunity to try and get one back, and he does down this player. Not sure if he does know that he's down. Does know now as he's able to confirm it in a 3v3, which, like we said, is not an unfamiliar position for these two teams. But Make-A-Wish, they need to do something to get themselves back into the game, and there is no better time than converting on this straight opportunity.
First person ever to actually use Oryx and the elevation that he offers is Pachito. Congratulations, you get a prize of bragging rights, I suppose. Maxley down to 1 HP, but they still find a kill off the back of it. Morph, who was low earlier, is now punished because of their low HP. Granted, a headshot is a little overkill in that conversation, but still punished nonetheless. Low HP still for Montequila, and Rex Savvy on just 75 points of health. Six Karma does not have a man advantage, but surprisingly enough, they have an HP advantage. Well, they did until about 2 seconds ago. Another good nade, this time on to Soko, who still wants to aggress, but this time it will be to their demise. And Pachito's now left alone. 1 versus 3 for them. T5 and a 1.5 in hand. Finds a first kill. Will try to use the Rima Dash to get through the attic wall and get out alive.
will miss the opportunity, but will still create a rotation hole and drop Maxley off the back of it. Rixavi, the highest HP player of the remaining 3, trying to take the fight. The fake drop from Pachito, he is still sitting here in Attic, trying to catch out Rixavi if they do not have the time, and they have to stick to defuse. They do not have the time whatsoever. What a wonderful 1v3 from Pachito, and 6 Karma with 5 straight rounds.
I mean, you could just see that coming from a million miles away. The second he was able to ISO that kill onto Butters on that satellite window, it was just written in the stars, right? I mean, he just has the position right here to make it all happen, and a couple of bad decisions, and Make-A-Wish not able to convert on a 3v1. And then this is their map pick right here. And, you know, they are starting on the tough side of attack, which, you know, the Ying is off the board, and you still have a Mira, Valk, and Azami to all work with on these attacks, which should make it a little more defender-sided. But this heavily favored to the defense, that's not a position you can really go for. And maybe they're very comfortable on their defenses, but this is a very unconvincing Make-A-Wish team that it just doesn't look like they've found themselves as a part of the game yet. They're not awake yet at all, and 6 Karma are just finding every single bit of advantage and opening that they've been able to find, really, and take full advantage of it. And I mean, that's a round you can't lose, to be honest with you, especially against a good team like this.
There are a couple of those rounds where you're looking at Make-A-Wish and saying, this could probably be 3-2. And if it was 3-2, we'd be in a significantly different conversation at this point. But it's not. Let's not call apples oranges and oranges apples. This is a 5-0 scoreline, and Make-A-Wish are significantly behind at this point. And by no means should they directly be. Sure, losing around here and there is obviously understandable, and flexing to a new type of playstyle, maybe, but Skimzy from up above, inside of Armory, down into the small garage, and 6 Karma are looking to run away with Oregon as 2 completely unanswered opening picks. The extent of damage done to 6 Karma is onto Skimzy, and that's because he naded himself. Oh my goodness gracious.
It's what's so beautiful about it is that it's not just one spawn peak that they're going for, or just one early aggressive play. It is about 3 at the same time, all over the map at 3 different points, and that is just, wow. Oh, hello. It's just like, it's so hard to keep track of when, you know, you see one peak. Everybody feels like they're watching that singular angle, when there's 2 other players at different areas going for those peaks as well. And 6 Karma, a great display. This is a map that they've shown to be good on Oregon, but Make-A-Wish now have found themselves onto this defense, which, I mean, I guess at this moment is pretty advantageous, and we'll see if they can kind of string some rounds together. And even if, you know, it's not enough to win this map, this is a best of 3, and they need some form of momentum, some confidence going into map 2, because you are going into 6K's map pick. So you need something to take away from this map to go into that one. And whether that's a couple rounds or just, you know, a few gunfights, wins that you haven't had so far this map, something needs to happen really on this map going into map 2.
Some current situations around the board inside of the SFCL, if you may be at all curious. Winner of this, again, does advance and makes it into the playoffs. Loser of this will fall to 2-2 and join, if I recall correctly, 5 other teams, 3 of whom have already been decided: Orbit, West Garfield Park, and Outlast at 2-2 to try and compete in that 5th round and move on. The undecided teams will play in the remainder of this week. Lycus Empire takes on Decimate Gaming, and GGG Academy up against Method in later games as well. Those should both be going on tomorrow to close out at least round 4 of the Swiss.
That was a beautiful recap, you know? That was like the sports center of SFCL. It was lovely.
Welcome to Sports Center. This week, 6 Karma is running away with it, and all that and more after the break.
Beautiful. Such a broadcasting voice you have, you know that? Great. But, I mean, Make-A-Wish, I like that they're pressing the pace, but it's different than what you saw from 6 Karma. What they did is they pushed the pace, but they went for picks. Make-A-Wish is just denying control, which is great, but the way that 6 Karma is playing is they're playing for the picks. And if Make-A-Wish doesn't get one, I fear for the late round, because I think they need to be getting those early picks, and they almost do get one. Soko, if that is any other operator in the game that's not a fatty, they go down right there. But Soko has a 3 armor right there, able to survive a little bit, but Maxley is on the top of tower and just waiting for the opportunity to pounce.
Or maybe called. I'm not sure if their phone's going off right now, but Maxley's just walking straight down, is not checked on the top side of tower, and this creativity on the defensive side works out for the time being for Make-A-Wish. Soko is still on just 1 point of health, but that 1 point allows them to get 1 nade away, which does significantly more than that, and brings it back to a 3v3. Health advantage there for Make-A-Wish, but really nothing else at this point. Good real estate control overall for 6 Karma. Maxley trying a flank, their position relatively known. They're either downstairs or sitting around security, but they walk in. Is there somebody next to them? Is somebody in security or is that Z? I can't tell if my eyes are playing tricks on me. It may not matter. They do get one. It was indeed Z. Pachito finds a refrag, and they are now looking in a 1v2 to close out Oregon.
Well, I know this player is down. I believe there is information inside of Freezer over here, and no Warden to really be doing anything, but there should be a Valcam, as I'm sure he's looking for. You do see one person on those Valcams right there, and it's going to be tough for him to really get this player up off the ground, and he does end up getting the revive, and they allow him to get this when he really shouldn't have been able to get this off, and Pachito throws out this smoke. That's going to make this player and Rexavy not really able to do much of anything, and Kix does go for the swing, finds the kill as Rex finds the other one, and Make-A-Wish put themselves on the board.
One thing you have to love there from Rexavy as well is setting themselves up well. While still taking that long fight, they understood, I'm smoked off, I can't do a dang thing. I'm going to reposition. And in those fights, it's so difficult to say, oh, I'm just not going to spray through a smoke. But they didn't, and they backed away to take another fight. Most importantly, helping out their teammate in the final few seconds of the round, making sure it was the final few seconds of the round and not just a 1v1 off the back of a refrag. Now Make-A-Wish have a way back into this. Granted, they still do have to complete the rotation twice. They are 1/6 of the way to sending us to OT, but I believe, as everybody likes to say, baby steps, and then maybe we'll get there.
Yeah, baby steps. And like I said, even if they don't win this map, even though it is their pick, you kind of want it to be a little bit closer than it is at the moment, which never say never, never say die. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, you get a couple of rounds together and all of a sudden, you know, it's 6-3, 6-4. It's like, all right, guys, we have a chance. And it's a good position to be in. And you got to take it one round at a time. But the way that I see it, they need to just get that confidence going for map 2. And, you know, a 7-1, even though they did just win their first round, isn't enough for me to really be confident enough in this team. But I mean, it's a much better start. They had those opening picks, and they were able to build off of that quite well as they found a second one, put themselves in a 5v3s. Maxley going for that early pick that I said, and oh no, it was just, he just needed a second, just one more second. Oh, it was there in the grasp, in the palm of his hand.
Welcome to timing and first-person shooters, ladies and gentlemen, where more often than not, they will get the better of you and you don't lose gunfights. It's always timing's fault, and it's always the game's fault. That's my outlook on life. Cheeto, droning out the bottom floor. They have not cleared out Pixro, playing on the Mozzie. Creative decision to pick up the Mozzie, with a P10 no less. Usually I bring in the commanding line myself, but to each their own. ACAD being droned straight up the stairs. They're just going to walk straight in and waste very little time. Rexavy across, looking for this shot in towards the Armory Hall, but they will back away. And 6 Karma have droned themselves into a lot of map control. One thing that Make-A-Wish was significantly lacking, that map control can be an Achilles heel, or maybe a C4 under your heels, as the opening kill goes the way of Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, not able to really react off of that information as quickly as they could, and Skimzy does find that kill with that information that they had just gotten, as Silent ends up going down as Rex is in sight, takes a couple bullets of HP, and 6 Karma kind of ignoring all of those players below as they're just going to take all this control upstairs, but maybe that is their undoing as Kix finds another kill. But Butters, who I believe was one of the site players, ends up going down as there's only 2 players up here. Kix finds one kill, a beautiful shot on that player in pit, but ends up getting traded out as Soko finds another kill on that big window as Rex put himself in a nice little spot on this Apollo area as Maxley is downstairs still, but that's not a part of the fight at all. But the C4 comes out, and he finds the kill on the white stairs as well. Maxley finding himself a quick double kill to close out the round, and Make-A-Wish making their presence known, saying this game is not as easy as you think.
This map, maybe not far from over at any time, about 4.5 minutes, if you count your prep phase, even the diffuser plant sometimes. But 6 Karma need to make sure they can lock it down. Obviously, everybody says, oh yeah, you're on match point, things should be easy. But there are two massively different things that can come with being on match point. Number one, complacency. If you get a little bit too confident or arrogant at some point, there is a very fine line between the two adjectives. Then you could be caught off guard by a team that is just playing their default playstyle. If they're pretending it's 0-0, if they have that mindset, which I envy, by the way, then you can be caught off guard. And Make-A-Wish are playing exactly like that. They are pretending this is a new game. If you lose a round, sure, we move on. Next map, GG, go next. But they're not done just yet, and they want to make sure that they at least are known on this map of Oregon, because, yeah, Cafe is 6 Karma's map pick, but it's Cafe. Let's be real with each other. Everybody's played Cafe like 40 billion times, so they at least have some semblance of an idea of what's going on over there. And they should have had a little bit more of one here in Oregon, but it's also Oregon. I never really know.
I think Oregon's very similar to Cafe in that sense, but Cafe I think is a little bit different just because it suits that aggressive style with how many windows there are. Is Silent through that glass. That's tough. But Kix finds one, instantly traded out, and you see Make-A-Wish going for those early kills and maybe not coming out on top every single time, but they've been able to really make it happen. And Soka, I think, heard that rep for Silent, and luckily the window's not open. None of those engagements can go out as Skimzy takes a lot of damage, but Butters ends up going down in that engagement, and that's the second line call already. Only one more in his pocket, but 3 deaths within 30 seconds as there's finally a little bit of peace and quiet on the map.
No hope on the Western Front here for 6 Karma, though. They are up a man, but don't have all the advantages you may find off the back of it. Their real estate is significantly lacking. Maxley, could have had the timing, looking for a kill, has to now back away. They have the Bailiff as a secondary, and a get-out-of-jail-free card in the backside of Attic. They still want to try and take this fight. Maxley still playing in front of their own holograms as well, making sure that at a bare minimum, 6 Karma will relinquish their anonymity in order to take that fight. Rexavy caught off guard, though. Skimzy there for the redundancy, and 6 Karma make it a 4v2 with 90 seconds left to try and send us to an early Cafe.
Yeah, it's going to have to be Silent and Max. Max has been going very, very big for them, and Silent's kind of been lacking on that front, but we know how impactful Silent can be. We've seen him do it before, and you see 6 Karma already working into their site, and Maxley is the one who is here that has to go big, and he's not able to hit the shots. It is going to be all down to Silent to keep them alive on this map. One couple of shots are going to go out. His position will be known as that bomb is now down. 40 seconds to make it happen. Maxley going to try and be that human drone, but Akabil actually goes down to a Capcan trap, and Silent finds the first kill. And Soko, it's all down to him, as Silent does not know where this player is, and Soko does get the kill. They close out the map. 6 Karma dominant on Make-A-Wish's pick.
Yeah, but the one thing you have to worry about now if you're 6 Karma is you have lost your momentum. You had a 6-0 run, and Make-A-Wish almost made it 3 in a row back the other way. A cap can trap could have been the difference in that conversation. But Oregon ends 7-2, and 6 Karma do indeed drop Make-A-Wish's map pick. Depends on who you're rooting for, maybe, depending on your mindset. But Joe, definitive showing early from 6 Karma, and no matter how they close it out, they still have 7 rounds in map 1.
Yeah, they do. That's just enough to win the game, isn't it? But I think Make-A-Wish has a really big decision to make going into this map 2 on what their identity, I guess, is, on how they really want to attack this kind of style. It's really, one of two things. You either buy into that chaotic playstyle that 6 Karma brings and just bring, fight fire with fire, which is a very effective strategy and one that they can do. They have the gun skill to do it, and they can create that chaos that Six Karma does, or they have to do it with kind of a structured, coordinated, aggressive approach. But we are going to go to a break. We're going to see what that approach that they take is after the short break over on ACAD.
Make-A-Wish out of Oregon. 7-2 fashion after a 6-0 first half. Make-A-Wish had signs of life in both rounds and in the map as a whole later on, but not enough to warrant a heartbeat or, by far, round victory. Welcome back to SFCL Season 6. This is our 9th playday and promotion matches in Swiss Round 4. Winner moves on to playoffs. Loser into Round 5, having to vie for a spot in either playoffs or the relegation zone out of this SFCL season. Joe alongside me on Time to Lights, and Joe, what has to change for Make-A-Wish if they want to send this to a third map?
Like we said right before the break, it's kind of two options that they have. It's either really just commit to that aggressive play style and just fight fire with fire, run around, see what they can do, really make it scrappy, or really buy into coordinated aggression, really play together, never, and I mean never, leave the side of your teammates, ever, not once. And it's really just going to have to be one of the two, no middle ground, because that was the middle ground on Oregon. That's what we saw. It didn't exactly go very well. So I expect to see one of the two. Otherwise, the game should be quite similar to what we saw.
So you're telling me that when my mommy told me that the buddy system is a good thing, that she was talking about video games?
Yes.
I knew it.
Exactly.
200 IQ Joe employing 9-year-old tactics to, what, an 8-year-old game?
Yeah.
And that has to change. When you're talking about playstyles, the Latin American playstyle, LATAM North versus LATAM South, really not the conversation. But overall in Latin America, including a little bit of Brazil, because obviously they still scrim against one another, you have to say it is more aggressive at a baseline level. And then when you start to dwindle it down, 6 Karma at this point have played aggression, but they have played a little bit more passive later on in rounds, not having to take as many gunfights in the closer of rounds. So what they do is they back away and at least give away some space, but still punish for the real estate that is given over. Into our ban phase for map number 2, Make-A-Wish start on the defensive side this time around, and with their opening ban, they decide to take out the Danish Frogmen. Kind of ironic, considering 6 Karma is heading to Denmark in just 2 weeks.
That was a great line. That threw me off right there. That was fantastic. No, but I mean, a Ying going down is great, but like the cool part about 6 Karma and where they're located is that they get to scrim both North American teams and Brazilian teams, because like it allows them to really get used to both play styles and able to incorporate that into their game, and it kind of creates that hybrid play style that we've kind of seen from them, even though it does lean more towards that aggressive LATAM style more than that NA style. But at the end of the day, Make-A-Wish, they need to understand who they're playing against. They need to expect this play style. There's no reason for them to really come into this game and be surprised, I guess, caught off guard by what they're seeing. You have to expect that and what 6 Karma is doing. And I mean, now that they've seen it for a map, they may have gotten a little bit more of the hang of it later on in that map, but they need to start off strong. There's no way they can afford to go down 6 rounds again on this map too, obviously. But I mean, the way I see it, you lose 3-4 rounds right off the rip, this game's over.
And the conversation around knowing what you're walking into as well. 6 Karma is playing in a Tier 1 league, and as a Tier 1 team has played every single one of their Tier 1 games live, on stream, on the official Rainbow Six stream. So by no means should you have a lack of VODs to watch. They've played every single game thus far in SFCL on stream. Again, no lack of VODs to watch, and then couple that alongside the fact that they've played in prior iterations of the team in prior SFCL seasons. You can combine those two things to say 6 Karma is a team to watch, and you have the ability to do just that. So Make-A-Wish, hopefully here on Cafe, now knowing what 6 Karma is bringing, considering it is their map pick, that leads to the fact they may play it a little bit more often. Hopefully, there's more VODs to watch back. Interesting decision here for Silent to bring the Vigil, but if they know something I don't, I'm very happy to see what that is.
I think Vigil can be pretty good on this map just because, that Vigil scan may not be great on more linear maps, but on a map like Cafe that has 3 floors, it can really, provide for, more something that, I guess more confusion is the word. So Vigil on this map, maybe not the worst thing in the world, as they're going for these opening picks, not able to find it. Soko does have that Blackbeard, but that little glass bulletproof shield that normally goes in front of his face, not yet applied. So, very scary moment as he now decides to throw it on there after being terrified. And whoa!
Just saw somebody.
And so did
Somebody's
that
been seen a second time.
Wow.
Second attempt here. Akabil not wasting any time here with the pistol out. What in the world is Akabil doing? Yeah, sure. Whatever. Why not? Because who the heck cares about things that usually happen in Rainbow Six Siege? Here's that Vigil I was talking about. Silent now fighting their first kill of the round, but it's a 3v1. They're exiled from the site. They're 2 avenues back up. I'm sure being watched like Blackhawks from above. And 6 Karma have this first round on lock. And they're not done. Flash forward, Silent can't see anything whatsoever. It's like somebody pulled a sheet over his head and he was evaporated. What a dominant first round from 6 Karma.
That was quick. 3 kills, and it felt like nobody was even really in the map. I didn't even know what happened. This all happened so fast. It's like hard to even analyze. It's like, what happened? It's 3 kills.
Chaos.
Straight up. Chaos. You're right.
I think the chaos for Make-A-Wish is what caught them out. You could see, even with all the sound cues in the world, I don't think a sledge really slow walking while standing in your general direction with a pistol out is something you're too worried about on a consistent basis, especially after taking that first fight. I believe there were holes created through the floor that we saw them watching as Butters was trying to do something there, but it just didn't work. And, you know, casual headshot. Surprising, but at least the fact of how it happened, not that it was a good shot. Wild finish, but 6 Karma still able to walk away with it.
Yeah. I mean, a good start to your attacking half, isn't it? Where Cafe really... Most of the time, we find it as a defender-sided map, especially when you have ops like Solus and Valk available to you, and that can really allow for very aggressive plays and good information as well. That Solus can provide a lot of information on aggressive plays on a map like Cafe, as well as Valk, which on a map that has very open rooms and certain areas that are very open, like Pillar or even this restaurant area downstairs, very wide areas where, you know, a camera placed in the right spot can give you a ton of information. So two very powerful operators. Very shocked that they weren't implemented that amazingly in that first round, but you do see another very, very powerful operator on this map, which is the Amaru, as the Valk, I think, is aware.
Hello.
But that's a shotgun and not a fight you should be expected to win all too often, as Maxley does find a second kill with that Solus, but not enough to actually hold on to the man advantage, as you could see that kill with ACAD with that nice little Amaru shotgun.
Love the Supernova. One of my favorite shotguns in the game. Second only to the close quarter combat that we see from the GIG and French operators, usually shotgun. You ever see that? Good overall real estate from Morphed. I don't even know if they were trying to find a kill there or if they were just looking to open up the window. I think there was a little hole in the bottom corner they were able to find the kill off the back of. And again, 6 Karma playing around real estate that they have gained and had been given to them. And they already have most of the top floor control, but Impact Grenade to kill the Amaru of ACAD, that's a way back into this round here for Big Fish.
Yeah, just spotting out that player on the flank, ACAD definitely knew a player was coming, but Maxley, wiser, experienced, knows where to throw them things, and oh, that's tough. I now see what happened. He tried to open up the hallway to try and kill someone, and it blew him up. But that is enough to restore a 3v3, put themselves back on an even playing fields, and Silent has found himself in a nice little spot on Ticket that I don't think any of these players are going to find, as he's going to start to swing out, and he should be able to find one. He finds a second. I'm sure that he spotted the third, as he now has Case down, and he's not going to swing out too far. Silent finds the third. What a
Silent
round for him.
Pinpoint in the later stage in that round. If they had given up Cigar fully earlier, that round is over. That 6 Karma collapsing on top of you, having 3 separate avenues of attack, and the 3-prong attack, like a trident pushing forward, is deadly to say the very least. ACAD there, but here's the all-important double swing from Silent, and the third, just to make sure it is a foregone conclusion. Those replays brought to you by the High School Esports League, and the dominance brought to you by Silent, as 6 Karma. That opening round, you seemingly have already forgot it, because Make-A-Wish have brought it right back.
Yeah, better start than on Oregon, huh? Which I guess we could expect, because they are on defense, better side, and I think it's weird, and I'm interested to see how this round goes, and if this round does result in a loss, and I know I may be seeming to be a negative Nancy here, I don't mean to do that, but
come on, Joe.
If it were to happen, all I'm saying is I think personally they should continue to utilize the Valkyrie and the Solus, and that is such a nice shot. That is the way to start off a round. Hicks finding his first of the map.
Is there still that old rule where you can't find a kill in the first 3 seconds of a round? I'm honestly not sure if it still is, considering how the spawns have changed. I also haven't thoroughly investigated the official rule. ACAD gets jumped out on, but he melees Kixro, because why not? Now the Gara hook up, he gets shut down. I cannot believe that just happened. Oh my goodness. Okay.
It's a good trade to get, I guess. It's gunfire raining out on both sides. Silent, maybe giving himself a little bit of a heat check, which at this stage of the game, I am a pretty large fan of. And he looks like he's going to go for the run out over here and finds it. His 5th kill of the game, and he seems to start heating up. Not something we've seen so far in the series, but it's something that Make-A-Wish needed, as Maxley puts himself to his 5th kill so far as well. He's going to swing again.
Okay.
He finds the kill. Make-A-Wish, the guns, they're starting to wake up.
I didn't know we were playing a card game, considering the amount of Uno reverse cards Make-A-Wish have brought out in this first 3 rounds of Cafe. Because that aggression that we remember from 6 Karma, distinctly at that, well, here it is from Make-A-Wish. Kixro actually almost worked. He was trying to walk in off the back of a drone sound cue, hence the reason that window was broken. But Silent with a double refrag, Maxley with a double kill, and just like that, you have a round that is very quickly done. And Make-A-Wish, again, take a round, but this time, it's to take their first lead of the matchup. And they go back to the first floor. They do not want to go to the bottom floor. I suppose first floor's down there. They go back to the second floor.
Yeah, I mean, some teams just don't like it. You know, some teams aren't a fan of that site. I know a few teams that aren't a fan of Cocktail, so a lot of teams do choose to utilize this mining site, which is still a good site. That's the luxury of Cafe. You have 4 sites that are viable and really able to be defended. You know, not every map can really say that for themselves, so Make-A-Wish choosing to utilize this mining room and continuing to try and build off of what they've started this game off. Maxley and Silent both having very hot starts, and Max really continuing what he had on that first map. He was one of, I guess, the good performers from Make-A-Wish, something that he didn't have from all 5 players, and Silent being the one to step up over here, and that's something that they've needed, somebody else to step up in a big way. And Make-A-Wish starting to string some rounds together, but in my eyes, this is the big one. Can they really establish themselves a little bit, give themselves a bit of a lead, and really start to actually put some pressure on 6 Karma?
Problem also here for 6 Karma is finding an easy way into the site or into places around the site, because Make-A-Wish has had such a dynamic defensive setup. A lot of the kills that we've seen have very sparsely actually been on the site itself. They've played aggressive angles, and they've played aggressive places, most importantly, to where 6 Karma just are not expecting it. I.e., Cigar Shop in back-to-back rounds, or Cigar Lounge in back-to-back rounds, Cigar Shop in the first round that almost not. It's still 6 Karma having to worry about so many different places to where even if you drone as much as you please, you're going to run out of drones fairly quick.
And Morph has actually put himself on a nice little spot, and the way that he's opened up everything, he can see a lot of this site, and Make-A-Wish is going to have to try and do something to get him out of this position, but I'm not sure there's really much for them to be able to do outside of that garage spot. But the smoke's starting to go in as they have that glass, so you can see the cross, and that's a great spot for him to be. And there's 2 players on these windows, and so much really for them to do as the glass is going to be able to get that open, and Soko going to try and find this kill. And there is a player up in ticket. It is Maxley, and able to find the opening kill. Maxley continuing to show his dominant performances. Kicks adds to it as well. A 5v3 for Make-A-Wish as Akabil trying to see the head as he is able to spot it, but Butters starting to add to the tally as well, as every single player on Make-A-Wish is sharing the wealth as Kicks ends up getting taken down, but that is not enough to make this round any closer, as 6 Karma has a lot more work to do as Maxley just finds another.
And you have to feel bad for 6 Karma because a lot of these fights are like, how am I supposed to win this? An OTS vertically up against Maxley on a 1.5 trying to take fights and just dusting you at seemingly every feasible position. Looking straight up and finding an as ADSing headshot. He didn't even fully look down sights, and yet still Ash, without a hitbox, evaporated at his feet. And Make-A-Wish now with 3 straight rounds as they successfully complete the rotation and didn't even have to go to Kitchen.
God, remember those days when she didn't have a hitbox and it was so tiny and everyone was complaining about it?
Wait, hold up. 5.5 minutes ago?
No. I mean, like, way back. when it was a real issue.
I still complain about it.
It's like
Because,
broken.
Granted, I suck, so that's why she doesn't have a hitbox.
It's an excuse, you know? You like it.
Like I said, it's the game's fault.
It is. It always is. It's never your fault. Blame external factors no matter what.
That's called taking the blame game to a whole new level.
Yeah. There's no such thing as accountability. But Make-A-Wish, back upstairs, they have that Solus and Valkyrie, which is a pretty lethal duo the first time that they were here, and I expect them to continue those aggressive plays. His kicks actually brings out the Frost. A little bit of a pick you don't always see, especially on this site, but we'll see if those mats are even being able to use, just because I feel like at this point, 6 Karma haven't even been anywhere close to getting to the site, so, you know, and Pachito, oh goodness.
Oh my
There it
god,
is.
bro.
There it is.
What is that? He did all that damage with a 9 mil. You know how slow that thing shoots? That's absurd. Make-A-Wish are just dominating at seemingly every front and are not done by any means. Skimzy now trying to go an upside down rappel, trying to find something back the other way. As it's open for them, they actually are given the opportunity. Good setup, having one player assist the other in that overall fight setup, and a follow-up from Soko gives 6 Karma 3 straight kills. They lose the opening duel, but they are far from out of this round.
Something about this cocktail site with all those early gunfights, huh? Just so much going on early. Is they still have that Valk with that C4 and all that information that they do have to work with, but that is not a great use of it as Morph takes down Rex, and that leaves Butters in a 1v4 with a lot of time yet to burn. 2 minutes. Not a great position for him to have to be in, as the information now comes through, and Butters has to try and isolate these kills. Not able to do it. Skimzy finds that kill, and 6 Karma give themselves another round and stop the bleeding a little bit.
Like I said, game's fault. It was totally a headshot for Butters, and he
For
just
sure.
looked away. Absolutely. No, mostly a situation where you think you've killed somebody happens with pea shooters, I mean paper cutters, I mean the MPX or the TS or the T5 or a few other weapons. MX4 Storm is death by 1,000 paper cuts. An unfortunate finish, but honestly one that was not out of the realm of possibility. Having that 1v4 with 2 minutes left, because, you know, casually half the lobby died in about 45-50 seconds, because that's normal. Now, Make-A-Wish going back to the second of sites they attempted, that being reading and dining here on the second floor. Their defensive side looking to hold true. If they can make this a 4-2 defensive half, they're looking pretty good. Not great, but pretty good, all things considered. They just have to make sure they can match the energy of 6 Karma.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll get to the attacks when we get there, but Oregon was not exactly the greatest thing with their attacks, so this defensive round win really necessary if they want to take this game, and very important. It is a site that I believe they have won, so a great spot for them to be in. As we saw those opening picks go through, so much chaos to start it off as Maxley goes for his first pick, not able to find the kill. As 6 Karma very slow out of the spawn. They don't want to give him anything.
Oh, Silent playing with fire, or with very large caliber bullets, all things considered. Still trying to take this fight. Is not done just yet, at least. Playing on top of the table, still looking for the shot. You can see at least the attempt is there, but they need to find this kill. At a bare minimum, they've wasted 30 seconds of their time. So, you know, defensive side more than happy with that. But an opening pick would be everything. It is, just for 6 Karma.
Yeah, that was a very long engagement. It's like we're playing Peaks right now. And Soko comes out on top. A big opening pick for them, as that's not what they had the last time that they had attacked this site. So we'll see what they can do with that. But Make-A-Wish, I mean, from playing from behind on their defenses, it hasn't been great, as we've seen on their 2 cocktail defenses. They've had to play from behind on both of those, and hasn't gone very well for them. They've given up a lot of picks, as we see again Maxley going down, and that opening pick showing its importance as 6 Karma give themselves a big advantage here. As Butters just...
What? Is he having a tea? He's just chilling, I guess. Okay, you do you, I suppose. 1-for-1 trade. Morph does get the refrag with that Mark 14 long range. Nice shot from Kixro. Makes it a 1v3. Certainly possible. And walking into an EDD is both Soko and Pachito. A total of 150 and change done off the back of that. And Pachito now looking to get this diffuser down safely. The problem is there are very few safe places at this point. If they use that Spec IO glass, they can try and find them out, but they do not. So Pachito does indeed get the diffuser down, and Kixro's in a true 1v2 post plant, trying to come back from the brink.
Yeah, and the big cross is here, and that twitch on that window. This seems like it's practically unwinnable, as I don't even think he's found the case, and he'll be lucky to even get more than a kill here, as there is a drone out. The twitch practically already won the round, and Kix desperately looking to try and find a kill, but as that clock reads 15 seconds, it's not going to amount to all too much, as Kix does find the kill, but it does get traded in 6 karma. Tie us up at 3, and that is quite good for them going into their defensive side here.
3-3, fairly even split, and Make-A-Wish are overall happy with that one. You can see the chats from Make-A-Wish. They're commending Pachito for playing patient on that repel, and at this point, 6 karma just need to play the way they are comfortable with. What worked on Oregon until it doesn't, because Make-A-Wish were not able to meet that defensive aggression. If 6 karma can continue to honestly just play as Make-A-Wish did in the first 3 or 4 rounds here on Cafe, then this should be a 7-3, 7-4 in favor of our South American friends. But if not, and Make-A-Wish are able to try and find something back, maybe kills, maybe aggression, maybe hopefully a combination of the two, that's when 6 karma need to worry, do we have to switch things up?
Yeah, but they don't quite yet. We'll see how these attack/defenses evolve as we get later on in this game, and it's kind of the first time this game has ever really been close, kind of going towards the later stages, so we'll see what these two teams are really made of. 6 karma when they're under pressure, and Make-A-Wish when they've actually started to figure things out a little bit, but this first attack is going to be big, as we saw on that first, that first map, or attacks, not so great, as they weren't really even close to winning a single round, as ACAD goes for a peek and not able to find it. Silent finds the kill, and I thought a lot more of those shots connected. Seemingly not. The Silent only loses about maybe 15 HP, and coming out better on that is the Wamai going out as Soko goes out for it, not able to find the kill. That was an opportunity. He only hits 1 shot, and Silent, again, the subject of Torment, not able to find the kill, as he's now still on his feet and alive.
That's the setup I like, playing on the Mark 14 long range. Kixro wall hacking, I mean looking at their own teammate through the walls, because you're actually allowed to do that. They're just waiting to try and open up the patches. Morphed, finds a kill across onto Rexavy, and this fight trying to come through. I think the C4 was shot out of thin air. No, it wasn't. It was actually just thrown on the side of the patch. Sound keeping there. But Pachito now trying to fall back. Throw your drone straight into Maxley, however, throwing his gun straight into Pachito's body.
Yeah, and a good pick for Max to find back, and he puts himself to 10 kills in our 7th round. A great performance from him, but Silent was stepped up earlier as Kix kind of equalizes over there, but he kind of needs that second person to really step up in the frag department, and that kind of is the case when you are playing against fragging teams. You just need players to step up and go big. You just need players to, frag, and those kills need to go their way, as Silent had a great start to the map and has slowed down a little bit as Kix has kind of found his groove a little bit, but clearly hasn't been enough for the last couple of rounds, as Max has been continuing to, hold on to his stride, and the rest of his team maybe not as much up to par, and that timing is quite terrible as well. Not the first time we've seen that. This map is Butters finds a kill and takes some damage, but Silent is pushed in deep, and he's not able to find the kill. Walks into another player as Kix finds another kill. They know this player is somewhere over by Cocktails. Morph makes it a 1v1. Kix goes down. 2 of the players, the stars for their team so far on this map, and the big swing round to give one of their teams a lead. Max trying to hit the shots here, trying to get the wall bang through. He knows this player is in Cocktail, but the information should be strong. 4-6 karma is Morphed, playing it nice and slow. Max has the case in his hands now, as he's going to start to put this bomb down, and Morph slowly gonna inch his way forward as he has the information, but Max finds the kill as Morph just sits there staring at the sun, not reacting in any way as Max wins the 1v1.
Oh, and you could see Maxley in chat as well, making sure he knows it with that shot across. I gotta say, even with the information, it just didn't do anything. He sat there having a staring contest with the side of a bar. I will allow the fact that, in all fairness, he was trying to play very patient, allow the aggression from Max to come through. Unfortunately, not close enough to the bar to warrant that staring contest. And make a wish with the opening round on this attacking side. That was the difference for Six Karma in the first half. Picking up that opening round made it a 3-3 split. Here for Make-A-Wish, will it make it 3-3 and possibly send us to OT, or is that the round that gives them the momentum to possibly send us on towards Club?
I mean, they look good in the middle stages of the round, which is a great position for them to be in. That's where they struggled a lot on Oregon. I mean, they kind of struggled in every single part of their attacks, especially the early round, but the mid round was no better. And that's a great position for them to be in. It's not like, you know, even though it did go down to a 1v1, but they had a 4v2. They just started to throw it away a little bit. But that's a good position to be in, and it gives you that confidence of, hey, guys, we can dominate these attacks, and we clean up a little bit towards the later stages of it, and we put ourselves in a great spot to continue to win these rounds. And that gives me a lot of confidence if I'm a supporter or a coach or whoever of Make-A-Wish to, you know, have the confidence in the boys to continue to, you know, build off of that and make things happen. And Kicks does go down as I'm just gassing up what they've done the last round. They just throw it away. How dare I caster curse these people?
Yeah, I was about to say, if you look up the definition of a caster's curse, you'll see Joe's very shocked face staring right back at you in Google Images. Six Karma on this defensive side. That's the opening kill that they need. Hope you guys make it out of groups from Kicks. Flaming them before the major starts. We even made it to groups, and Kicks is not holding back. I love it. I absolutely love it. But information now, and try to play around this white stairs window on the defensive side. You can see the aggression already coming through, but actually still able to find a kill with a different Claymore set up outside. Actually looking for a refrag, won't be able to find it. Silent is taken out in that engagement though, and losing your ace is not the most ideal of situations, but life could be worse.
Don't jump out here. You saw Claymore earlier.
I don't think that lands.
It
does. Wow.
I guess. Wow. Right? I mean, Maxley finding kills in every way, shape, and form, right? Whether it's Claymores, his gun, impacts, every way you could think of getting a kill, you end up finding one as Maxley has this nice little drone. He can do it all, can't he? And just too slow on the kill. That would have evened everything up, and not having a hard breach can be a little problematic here, but luckily shouldn't have to worry about too much on the flanks here as those gridlocks are down, but Skimsy finds another kill. Rex, who's been struggling so far on this map, ends up getting taken down as Butters needs to start making it happen as well, and Max putting a couple bullets, putting a little bit of lead into his own teammate. Like I said, hitting everything that moves and not able to connect on those shots, and the time's ticking down, Dan. They need to find some kills.
Oh, and Akabil walking up from behind with a shotgun in hand. SMG-11 as well. I don't know how in the Ferrari peak that just happened, but that was a Counter-Strike moment and a half. Just walking across the screen and then you're evaporated. Nice kill across and way to tie us up there for Six Karma. They do so in style as well. The opening kill really to set the tone, and then Make-A-Wish were playing from behind the entire way forward. Six Karma not even giving them the space to try and regain. And now on this defensive side, they have some control to play off of. And most importantly, we will see the bottom floor for the first time thus far today. Also, the first map, I believe, we've seen today that have had all 4 sites played.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
That's
as many
nice.
bombs as they can.
I like that. Siege balanced in its great state. Six Karma is the one opting to go down here as they bring out the dock again, and the Solus and Oryx on that roam, I think, is good. I think that can wreak a lot of havoc, and they've been doing just that. And Thorn, we don't always see on this downstairs, but I guess not necessarily a bad thing. You can throw it on that white door. get that shield for the backside. Actually, I lied. There is no shield, not a single one, which is a little interesting. You normally see a shield over here to play in that VIP area to lock out everything, but no shield. All good. You have everything else. Doesn't matter. You don't need a shield if they don't even get into the map, which is something that could possibly happen. Is Spawn Peak is going to come in. Skimsy. Do it. Do it.
I just love this run out before they added the extra wall. Shot from Soko, a quarter mile away from his target, but he drops kicks row. He was just going through it at this point. As soon as they start trash talking on the Make-A-Wish side, Sick Karma took it personally and are now looking to shut him down at seemingly every avenue of attack. Soko just ran out, because why not? Almost was able to find a kill back. They ran about 3 meters further forward. They would have found it. But no, they're not done just yet. Impacts do damage. Maxily is downed somewhere. Where is unbeknownst to me, but I don't think it really matters. It's a 5v technical 2. And is this a round? Or are we in, like, the practice range? That's the thing, right? Please tell me that's the thing.
You got to get this kill. The kill has to be found here. There you go. Butters finding a big one, but Rex does end up getting taken down. Yeah, he is stuck right now. Not in a great place. Butters in a 1v3 left on his own to fend for himself as we see a little bit of a totem on 6 Karma, and that is tough. Another quick round, and then I don't know. Did you know about that phrase? You know about that term?
Totem or McChickens?
The totem, McChickens.
You didn't see Max in chat. I'm just in love with this chat battle. What's the term totem? Is this the Minecraft totem of undying or?
No. One player on top, one player on the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Different heights.
Okay. Yeah.
McChickens are good too.
Yeah, McChickens are pretty nice. I was like, is this a specific reference I'm missing? Did somebody bring out the McChicken reference from like 3 seasons ago before I started cast, or 3 years ago? 6 Karma back-to-back rounds. I believe that's 3 in a row, if I recall correctly, into the final round of that first half. Maybe even 4. They're looking pretty clean, all things considered.
This 2.
And
this 2.
Make-A-Wish on this attack. The question, especially for them, remains. Oh, you're right. It is 2. Oh, jeez. I believe we are going to have what we like to call in the business a rehost, which is so much fun and everybody adores. Unless 6 Karma is just going to let. Oh, they are. That's a shame. I really was hoping they were gonna let as the kids say, let their nuts hang and try and go for a 4v5.
Oh, they're doing it.
No, rehost! I do know! I love this.
I like this.
I'm so happy. Maxley saying y'all savage for that, can't lie. Honestly, yeah, Pachuto's coming back.
Mentality.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna say it.
Is
Pachuto's 3-7 as well, at least through at least 8 play, and finding that kill to even things up and dropping Butters on the buck. Oh my goodness, 6 Karma. They are letting their nuts hang. I'm gonna say it. I don't care.
You had to know a kill was gonna happen in the first 10 seconds when they say no. You had to know something was cooked up. Oh no, and Kix goes down too. I don't want to be the one to say it, but there may be some mental chalkage going on, and I don't want to see all that because this game is oh so close. And what just happened?
What? They just double ran out. Morph is now trying to play from behind. SMG11 walking down white stairs. He's playing off site, but it's a 1v2. How in the world have 6 Karma taken what was a guaranteed man advantage and now given up the round? Heat check. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a cooler. That's a heat check from Make-A-Wish, tying things up.
Welcome to Solar Flare Season 6. You love that, huh? It's great.
Amazing.
That's high quality Siege at its best. Fantastic. Well, locked up at 5. Big round for Make-A-Wish. Kind of gifted themselves right back into the game. And I don't want to be the one to say it, but it feels like all they have to do is survive the first 10 seconds of a round, and they won it. Because they have gotten spawn peak in the first 10 seconds of the last 3 rounds.
I feel like it's a similar situation that 6 Karma was running into on their own attacking side,
Where if Make-A-Wish found like that opening kill, they were trying to spawn peek around towards Christmas or around towards docks, and Six Karma survived and or doubled down and found a return spawn kill. That's when they were able to play with advantages and take out rounds. But that hasn't been the case, at least not on a consistent basis in the second half. With Make-A-Wish in the first and most recent round picking up those rounds in their favor, you're looking at it and saying, what is Six Karma doing wrong? And on multiple different fronts you can say very little. But that over-aggression that was not as measured as we have seen in rounds or maps, including Oregon prior, that's what's costing them. If they can measure that aggression while still having early aggression, just not doing so as consistently, that's when they're going to start to flourish in the mid.
Mid-round is also important. I do just want to note Maxley on 14 kills right now, but you look over on Six Karma and they haven't relied on one person to really get those kills. So they kind of spread the wealth a little bit, even though Pachito is down on only 4 kills. I'm sure he'll catch up. Yeah, they're all spreading the wealth. I'm sure he'll find some love at one point, but C4 does go out, not able to find a kill, but it does over half the damage onto Silent, and Make-A-Wish have survived the early stages of a round, and that's the first time we can say that in about 10 to 12 minutes. So that's a good start, solid for them. Well.
Hello, Morphed, or goodbye, I suppose, in this case. There is a return, a doubled up one at that. A Cheeto out with a pistol in hand. That's just walking around with a Colt 45 in your back pocket. And Make-A-Wish are looking from bad to worse, or good to bad, depending on how you look at it. Butters does find a refrag, so Pachito is dropped. No extra bit of aggression with the XM in hand, but problems here for Make-A-Wish is how do you get back in and around the site? Because Six Karma has basically shut you out entirely.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the ace to work with. Try and get this wall open over there. I think that Mute Jammer should still be there, and this player is playing on stage instead of Christmas, and that's going to be a big thing over on this piano, and if he can get cleared out, that's kind of the opportunity. But you see how many angles are open from 6K. Practically the entirety is open, and it's like Rex with Case is going to work downstairs. Interestingly enough.
A weird split setup as well here for Make-A-Wish. If they don't clear out Soko, this is going to be a similar situation as to what we saw Maxley have, or even Kix have, in that first half, playing inside of the Cigar Lounge. ACAD with an SMG-11 of their own, finding a kill there. Somehow Skimzy still has their head attached to the rest of their body. But with the diffuser drop, there's limited amounts of time here for Make-A-Wish to try and get this. Butters trying to play from above with the V308 through that hatch. Akabil has seen the diffuser, is now playing directly on towards it, having that spec IO in their back pocket, and the problem's not done just yet, but Butters just drops in and finds a kill. Skimzy taken care of. They still need to collect the diffuser and get it upstairs. I don't think they have the time to do so. They have completely foregone playing around the objective, and it's going to cost them the round. 6 Karma onto map and match point to try and close this one out in a 2-0 fashion and move on to the SFCL Season 6 playoffs.
Yeah, not sure they really had the time to go collect that case either. They kind of had to make a decision, and they hesitated just a little bit, but even then, I don't think they were finding that player, and 6K playing that quite well, and I mean, I think that was Soko on the mute, if I'm correct, playing over on that stage area, kind of saving the round, and a great play, a very smart play from him, and very disciplined, and puts themselves on a match point, like you said, and Make-A-Wish need to do something to step in, send us to overtime at the very least, if they want to make those playoffs, at least extend the series a little bit. But 6 Karma looking great so far on their defenses, and Make-A-Wish, they had the start that we all said that they needed, which is to stay alive past 10 seconds. That's not very high standards, but it is there. That's what they needed, and they weren't able to do much after that.
Final gauntlet here for 6 Karma. Akabil taking out at least one drone. Taking a look at the top left of your screen. You like the little dots. What's your opinion of the new changes to how utility is shown? Good or bad? Yeah, I like it.
Yes, I agree.
Yes. Okay. Well, some information for you. They're already lost 3 drones on the Make-A-Wish side, so some lack of information maybe later on in the round. But 6 Karma trying to play for this aggression, and without information, Make-A-Wish could have it cost them the map. Because, well, Cheeto trying to set up for a very late spawn. About a calendar year too late, if you ask me. Also, spawn on that side of the map. But 6 Karma, they just don't care about playing conventional playstyles, at least for NA T2.5, T3. They are just continually holding W and taking the fights. They do not want the fights taken to them. He still goes for it. And he wins it!
No way.
No
There's
shots!
no way. He
Okay,
lost
bro.
that?
I was about to say I've never seen Silent lose these. I can no longer do so.
I think you didn't even need to say it to Caster cursed it.
Caster thought cursed it.
That. Right.
That.
Yes. Not a great person, but Silent does end up getting taken down, and a minute down, and Skimzy starting to work his way up the stairs, kind of knowing that there isn't too much presence up there, but there is a player coming down those red stairs, and Skimzy, wiser in the moment, doesn't decide to take the fight, as that is the IQ of Kix, taking his space over on the red stairs, and that should be the upstairs pretty much handled, as you see the Solus kind of coming out, as you do see that C4 spotted out. This is the luxury of having an IQ on the board.
IQ, the direct counter, is the spec IO of Akabil. And at this point, on the defensive side, 6 Karma are basically playing Battleship, where they have to avoid every time an impact comes from above, or they could take the fight to them. Again, playing for aggression, hunting down the French mountain, and looking to send it home. 1v5 for Butters is not gonna happen. Closing it out, as seemingly things started off here on Cafe. A shotgun, aggression, and a dock stim, just to make sure it was a foregone conclusion. 6 Karma, 7-2 on Make-A-Wish's map pick of Oregon, 7-5 on their own of Cafe. They will move on to the Season 6 playoffs.
To the final playoffs, you know.
Same thing.
Final stage. And a great position for them to be. I mean, 6 Karma, I guess, before the stage started. I would say, me personally, at the very least, I expected them to end up making those playoffs and at a 3-1 record. Once again, similar place really that I expect them to be in a pretty good performance, and they did slip a little bit on this map of Cafe, but they were able to kind of rope themselves back in and get that, because it's kind of funny because the only round that they really, lost for the most part was the one that they had a 4v5 that they almost had. So great from them. I mean, we expected them to win their defenses in Cafe. Their map pick, they look pretty good on for the most part in that chaotic playstyle.
I appreciate the chaos, and it's a nice breath of fresh air from 45 seconds of every round being where all the kills are found. Can we start to cast games? Here are your end of map replays brought to you by the High School Sports League. I was talking about banning out the Nook. I don't think it really mattered. Apparently Sledge is now with the Nook, walking around with a pistol in hand. You saw that in the first round. And the throwbacks were just consistently there. But Make-A-Wish showed much better signs of life. So as they move on to round 5 of the Swiss, I'm still looking for them to make it. I don't really know who they'll play. Still, my only matches to be determined. But I still think they make it.
You'd expect them to. I mean, it really depends on which version of them we see. I mean, you saw the highs and lows of them in this map, so you get the highs of them, they can be a very, very good team, but at their lowest point, they can be very lost or just not great, to be, put it bluntly, I guess. So, we've seen them at their highest, we've seen what their potential can be, and you really hope to see this group of players be able to piece it together like that on a consistent basis. And, if they're able to do that, yeah, of course, expect them to be there, but it's not something they were able to do, especially today. So 6 Karma taking that win.
Our top 5 are now set for the playoffs. Arial Arise 1, Hong Kong Rebels 2, Arial Arise Academy 3, Wildcard Gaming Aces 4, and now 6 Karma take that 5th spot. 6 through 8 will be determined not only tomorrow to decide who makes it to that 5th round,
Method, GG Academy, and then Lycus Empire and Smake Gaming, but also in the 5th round of play, which will go on towards the final stages of this week as well. If you're looking for more play, SFCL has a lot to deliver this week. And Joe, I'm actually really curious to see where final 2 teams will be heading into round 5, because whose matches are not determined by any means. My standout game as of right now, Method and GGG, is I still think Method have the ability to take it, but GGG Academy, fairly decent, especially in their later games.
Yeah, I got to cast Method in their first game against DCM, and they looked fantastic. Like, fantastic. But we haven't seen that from them ever since. So, you know, and it's a lot of these teams throughout SFCL, a lot of these teams at their best have looked oh so great. But, you know, the ones that have found themselves into playoffs are the ones that have been able to do that on a consistent basis. A lot of these teams haven't been able to find that, you know, all the time. And that's really what separates the best teams in this league from, you know, the bottom ones. And we can talk about every single team at their best being as good as they are, but, you know, like I said, you know, Six Karma, every time I've seen them play, especially, they've played to exactly how they played today, and Make-A-Wish, it wasn't their best today, but like we say before, at their best, they could have easily won this game as well. So, you know, we hope to see them at their best in this next game and find them in playoffs as well.
The hybrid playstyle worked out. We were talking about playing in both NA and Latin American scrims, and also against a few Brazilian teams between Argentina and Mexico. For all of you unfamiliar with geography, there's a giant country that has a really cool. But then when you play up against so many different opponents with different playstyles at their core, it gives you so many different abilities to build your own strategies around those playstyles that you see around you. Obviously, when you are bored, you don't pop out speaking a language. You learn from those around you. And at that point, it's a similar situation here with Siege. When you start playing, you don't just randomly learn a full playstyle on your own. You learn from your ranked teammates, from your competitive opponents, or sometimes from your coaches. Hopefully from your coaches. Please listen to them. But Joe, the playstyle here for Six Karma worked out to near perfection. Aggression, 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 sometimes back away, but that very rarely happened. The extent of it on Oregon, and they were like, well, actually, we could just hold W.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, Six Karma being able to have that luxury of scrimming both Brazilian teams, playing against them on game day, well, you know, not necessarily as often, but being able to scrim against all these teams in North America and LATAM, it gives them a lot of an opportunity to really mold their playstyle to whatever they want, and we see them continue to get better over and over again as, you know, the seasons go on. We saw them in SCS, we see them now in SFCL, and we saw them qualify for Copenhagen. They're playing in so many competitions, and they're getting so much game day experience against a vast majority of teams, and that is something that is very, very helpful, to be quite honest, about a team and their growth and their development. And we're seeing them grow in front of our very own eyes, and that is what we continue to see. And especially as we go on towards playoffs, as they continue to play against better teams, we'll see that really come into fruition, and, you know, maybe see that come into play when they go to Copenhagen, which, you know, isn't very much in SFCL, and that is, you know, in Copenhagen, but that's only a little bit of a ways away. And, you know, using this as their kind of stepping stone, you know, they are playing so many game days throughout until Copenhagen. So, you know, it's cool to see them play in this, and, you know, cool to see them, I guess, go to Copenhagen.
Yeah, I honestly wonder if they're going to be like playing, if they make it to grand finals, playing from their Copenhagen hotel on like a Saturday night at 2 in the morning, because the game doesn't start here until like, you know, 6 or 7 p.m. and just having to play until like 8 or 9 the following morning, getting jet lagged out the wazoo because they're trying to play in North American scrim at 85, 90 on the East Coast servers, because, you know, why not? Always thinking about the future, I suppose, but hoping to see them in further matches. And a brief look back to how they've played. They opened things up on a 7-5 victory against Outlast. They then lost to Arial Arise, not Academy. That couldn't be mistaken for Make-A-Wish, because they lost 4-7 to Arial Arise Academy in those upper round 2 matches. And then down in that round 3 tiebreaker, you saw both of them take victories. 6 Karma over top of Lycus Empire, and then the other side, of course, Make-A-Wish dropping down GGG Academy to that lower side here in round 4. And with that victory, now 6 Karma will move on to playoffs and take the 5th spot. The other 2 matches in upper round 4, by the way, have been determined. We saw the first of those happen earlier today with a massive pickup, I have to say. Personal opinion, for Arial Academy, that's a big win in a 3rd map that was as close as things could have gotten, and one of the better series we've seen thus far in SFCL Season 6. But now here, it's a walk in the park, or a walk in maybe West Garfield Park for 6 Karma. So
it was a terrible, terrible plan. Shame on you for that. You knew what you were doing with it the whole time. You set it up.
Absolutely.
Angry at you for that, but that's okay. But yeah, I mean, going back to 6 Karma as well, for a team with that caliber, you'd expect better results. They've played a lot of teams close, and that is no disrespect to the teams that they've played in Outlast and Lycus, with those 7-5 victories. You'd expect a team that's going to a major to make quick work of those teams. And Arial Arise, that main team has been doing well, so maybe not a terrible loss, but I mean, you'd expect them to come away with better results, but at the end of the day, they're still finding a way to win these games. So, that's all you could really ask for. It doesn't really matter how you do it as long as you win the game at the end of the day.
Unfortunately, we will not have an interview for our final match of the day, but we still do have matches to play here in the Swiss Round 4. They start tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. If you want to go check them out, right back here, twitch.tv/SFCL. We'll start the stream as we always do a few days beforehand. Get your pre-show going. And if you're wondering who's casting that game, good news for you. Joe, you're right back on the mic. You are joined by Mason Best, the best in the business. Klimps himself coming in to take my spot and carry you guys through the lower side. See who stays alive here in SFCL and who is taking an early exit in the 4th round of play. That's all we have for you. Till tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. I've been timed late. That's been Joe. Our amazing production in the background, Zach and Zay, keeping things locked and loaded for you even into tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see you then for more play.
This is like the biggest high school event for esports ever.
We have kids from all walks of life, all cliques, all demographics. They all rally around esports.
For our program, students receive access to resources and hear from industry leaders to learn how to match their academic pursuits to their future.
Creating a new community within the student body. I think that esports and gaming already has this great capacity to create teamwork.
Oh my goodness!
$150,000 scholarship pool is up for grabs, and we're going to see 6 different titles. I got Counter-Strike, Minecraft, Rocket League, Valorant, Rainbow Six, chess, NBA 2K22, and Call of Duty Vanguard.
off the bomb diffuser. Attackers bomb diffuser has been remaining. Attackers bomb
Thank you.